They will be leading today. Over to you, Advocate Lodge.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you, and good morning to the panel and everyone. Today, Chairperson, we are scheduled to hear evidence from the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business and that of the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Furthermore, we will also be hearing evidence from the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority as well. And as Chairperson would have noted that yesterday we had a Mr. Kaba who was not able to give testimony due to the time running over. So Mr. Kaba today in the afternoon will be available as well so that we can conclude with his testimony as the run over from yesterday. And that will be the evidence that will be laid today, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I will now give the panel's ruling or decision on the application for an inspection in loco tomorrow. On Wednesday, 17 November 2021, an application was made by the hearings legal team in terms of Rule 8.1 of the rules of the South African Human Rights Commission National Investigative hearing into the July unrest, specifically in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. The application was for an inspection in loco at two broad locations. These are firstly the Phoenix, Bombay and surrounding areas, and secondly at the Khan Road corner area in Pietermaritzburg. The application was brought immediately after it was known to the Commissioner's legal team that such inspection is in the interests of the work of the hearing. The hearing panel considered these circumstances as good cause and condoned the non-compliance with the 7-day notice period required by the rules governing the proceedings. The reasons for making the application were, firstly, to gain a better perspective of the evidence heard and to gain a geographical and topographical understanding of the areas. Secondly, it was argued that it would place the testimony of witnesses into perspective without leaving any issues to the imagination of the hearing panel. Rule 6.1 of the rules governing these proceedings permits receiving, and I quote, any evidence, close of quote, that is relevant to the terms of reference and its mandate. The rules define evidence to include, but not limited to, any document, affidavit, video, sound recording, photograph, or oral testimony. Any evidence, in inverted commas, close inverted commas, must therefore include real evidence, such as inspections in loco. Inspections in loco are principally to enable the courts to follow, evaluate, and apply the evidence. The South African Human Rights Commission has, as correctly pointed out by the legal team, conducted such inspections in loco previously. These were for the final investigative report into a fire that claimed the lives of 3 learners at a Northwest School for the Deaf in the Northwest Province. So the finding is therefore the following. The proposed inspections are indeed relevant and necessary to these proceedings. It is integral to the National Investigative hearing, fulfilling its mandate and the terms of reference. Accordingly, the panel's decision is as follows. First, the application for an inspection in loco is granted. Secondly, non-compliance with the 7-day notice period is condoned. And thirdly, the inspection shall be recorded in writing, and upon confirmation of the minute between the hearing panel and legal team will be submitted as evidence and be form part of the record. Thank you very much. That is our finding in that regard. So the inspection in loco will then go ahead tomorrow morning as requested by the legal team. I do understand that, sorry, Advocate Lotz, you wanted to say something?
It was just a quick response, Chair, to note and to say as the panel pleases, we note the decision. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I understand, Advocate Lords, that the first witness is stuck in traffic and that it would be appropriate maybe to adjourn until 10 o'clock to give that witness, Ms. Melanie Vanessa, the opportunity to get here.
That is indeed correct, Chair. There's been an accident on the N3, which is also under construction. So it will be appropriate then for the hearing to stand down and resume at 10, as we have an assurance that that should be enough time, and it doesn't affect or impact greatly to the next witness as well, as the next witness was scheduled for 12 o'clock.
Okay. Are there any other housekeeping matters that the legal team wanted to deal with before we adjourn until 10?
Just beg your indulgence for a second, Chair. Thank you, Chair. There's nothing further. I guess that we shall proceed to stand down. I was just double checking something with my learned colleague, and it doesn't have to be raised now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll stand down then until 10 o'clock sharp.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Evidence team, I'm not sure who's going to lead this witness, but are you ready to call your witness? Ms. Melanie Vaness.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Melanie Vanessa, please come forward. Thank you very much. And thank you for communicating as you take your seat. The challenges you had this morning on the N3, we know is quite notorious with the constructions, and if there's an accident, then you can be delayed. But I do know that you had assured us that you'd be here, and thanks for making the time, even though you were delayed. Thanks.
Good morning, Ms. Vaness, and welcome. I am chairing the panel, Andre Gaum. To my left is Commissioner Ntuli, and to my right, Commissioner Nissen. So we form the panel. First of all, just get an indication from you. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to confirm the truth of your evidence? Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience? Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Advocate Lotz, are you going to lead, Mr. Jones? Mr. Boang Jones.
This way. Yep.
So your evidence will be led from that side by Mr. Boang Jones.
Right.
Good morning.
Morning.
For the record, could you kindly state your name and surname?
With pleasure, Melanie Vaness.
What is your designation and where are you based?
I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business based in Pietermaritzburg.
And how long have you been the Chief Executive Officer of this chamber?
More than 10 years.
Could you kindly explain what is the mandate and role of the chamber?
We represent businesses' views. Our focus is enterprise and economic development, and so we represent private sector business.
Could you give us an idea of how many businesses you represent?
About 700.
And this would include your small business enterprises?
Yes, it's businesses across all sectors, from sole proprietorships right up until large industry.
Do you also have informal traders as part of your membership?
No, we've run programs with informal traders, but they're not officially members of the chamber. Membership is paid by members.
So how does a business enterprise become a member? What processes do they need to follow?
They make application for membership, and they give references, and once they have been, once our board has agreed that they become a member, they become a member. So nobody's excluded from becoming a member unless there has been some unethical behavior or something that precludes them from membership.
Do you have a specific criteria that you could share with us?
Yes, I mean, we only accept people that undertake ethical business practices. There's a code of conduct that needs to be signed. So that's the only prerequisite, that they are ethical businesses.
Could you explain the demographic makeup of the membership?
It's quite a representative chamber. We were an amalgamation of 3 chambers in 2002 to form the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business. It was a amalgamation of the Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Afrikaanse Sakekamer, and the Midlands Black Business Forum. So we're quite a representative chamber.
Thank you. The central focus of this hearing is on the events that occurred on the 12th of July. Could you kindly give your assessment of the extent and the geography of the impact of the July unrest on your members?
Yeah, it was absolutely devastating, a time that I don't want to ever see repeated again, or that, and it's hard to remember because I was just inundated with calls from my members from all sides of town, asking desperately for help, because they were being raided and looted, and fires were being set, and vehicles stolen, and it was just absolute chaos right across Maritzburg, from the Willerton side of town where Brookside Mall was, Edendale particularly badly affected, Barnsley Road. So yeah, the calls were coming from all over the place.
Have you conducted a thorough assessment in terms of how many businesses were directly affected or impacted by the unrest? How many businesses were looted? How many vehicles were destroyed?
Yes, we did. In conjunction with the city, there's quite a comprehensive list that was put together, from small little businesses that were affected right up until big retailers and shopping centres.
Are you willing to share the list with us?
I would be willing to share it. I didn't bring it with me, but I'm happy to share it with you.
Thank you. So, what did the assessment entail? I know I've already mentioned the shops that were looted and so forth, but from the chamber's point of view, what did the assessment of the impact entail?
Well, it meant contacting all of those individual businesses, and I don't think that you can really make an assessment of the impact unless you do what the Japanese say and go to the gemba, go to the real place where the stuff happened, and understand the impact that goes far beyond the economic impact. I think to listen to what people have gone through just brings it home. That first day that I stood in Barnsley Road, where most of the businesses along there were set on fire and destroyed, I thought I was in some kind of war zone. It just didn't seem real that it was the place that I frequent often. It was completely devastating to see the wanton destruction. It wasn't just about looting. It was about destroying everything, the machinery, and it was orchestrated. I think that's the hardest thing for me is the fact that you could see how orchestrated it was, how people that went ahead went in, disabled the water sprinkling systems, pulled the lining out of the ceilings, broke through the ceilings so that they could pull that out, brought petrol with them, emptied machines of fuel to try and set the machines on fire. Spray painted on the walls, destroyed everything that was in there. Some of the stuff was really not worth anything to anybody. Defecated all over the place. It was heartbreaking. And to see the destruction of life, I walked past young people's bodies on the road. It was just, it was terrible. It's something that I don't ever want to think could happen in our country again. And I think the economic impact is massive, the fact that it's going to affect so many people's lives, but I think the trust deficit that remains is going to cost our country for a very long time. It's going to cost our city and our province and our country, because I think the action that we wanted to see in response to what happened was absent.
Yeah. What do you mean that by saying the action you wanted to see was absent? What is it that you wanted to see?
Well, I think initially, a lot of my job entails engaging with various government departments on behalf of business to try and resolve issues that they can't resolve themselves. So that's pretty much my everyday. And so I tend to speak to people like the brigadiers and the captains in SAPS about particular issues, whether they're business robberies or not. So I have their cell phone numbers. I called, and there was literally no response from anywhere. We were alone, just helplessly watching the stuff unfold. And it wasn't as if there was, it may have been that people were overwhelmed for a while, but the looting went on for days. People sat on the side of the road on top of their looted goods waiting for transport to arrive. There was no response, no adequate, suitable response during the unrest and afterwards. I appeal to our politicians to please come and stand with me and tell our community that they condemn what happened in our community, that they support any investment that takes place in this region, and that the people responsible will face the full might of the law, and I'm still waiting.
Prior to the unrest, how was your relationship with the police?
Very good.
Did you have a structured and formal relationship with them? Did you have regular interactions with the police?
Yes, we do. We have a forum called Business Fighting Crime, which we sit on with the police. It meets regularly, probably every 6 weeks. Together we look at issues, whether it's around ATM robberies or whatever the particular issue is at the moment. I think it's jewelry store robberies. So how we can actually capacitate the private sector to be prepared to combat crime. We've done a lot of help. We've raised a lot of money to assist the police. We built police horse stables. We've done a lot of work with the police over the years, so we've got a good relationship. We built the ID room up in Hilton, so yes, I'd say we have a very good relationship.
In your engagements with the police, would you at times discuss early warning systems or some intelligence about possible incidents of crime that may affect your businesses?
Are you talking about this particular incident? Or are
No,
you talking about generally?
just generally, yeah.
No, generally we would share information about new modus operandi that were in place so that we could warn businesses. Sometimes, for instance, the modus operandi would change in town and people would be stealing air conditioning systems on the side of buildings, and then we would be able to inform people, watch out, that's what's happening. Or they're now entering businesses through the ceilings because there's alarm systems that protect the outside perimeters but not through the ceiling, so we are able to tell businesses to be aware of that. When there's particular issues like glue sniffing is a major problem in the center of town, then we try to put the public message out there to business to please take off certain kinds of cough mixtures or things that they're selling to people. So I would say we work pretty closely on issues related to crime.
Yeah. In relation to the events of the 12th of July, did you as the chamber receive any prior warning? Did you receive any information from the police?
No, we didn't.
Going back to the assessment that you conducted, did the assessment also include the loss of life on business premises? Did any of your members also report loss of life on their business premises?
No, I'm not aware of any loss of life on the premises themselves. There was quite a lot of loss of life when I walked along Barnsley Road next to the river, because Barnsley Road is a whole lot of businesses that are alongside the Msunduzi River, and there were people that crossed the river and came across to, particularly to loot the businesses on that side, Macro Liquor Store, and there was an SAB warehouse there. So they were, I think we counted 7 on the morning that I walked down the road.
Yeah. And from a financial point of view, have you quantified the loss that was suffered by businesses in the area?
We got early estimations of what those losses were, but it was
what are the estimates saying?
I'd be guessing now if I told you the total estimate. So I would be happy to share the report with you, and it gives you estimates of everything. It's broken down into stock and building repairs, but of course that was before assessments by insurance companies, so we're waiting for updated figures as well.
But would you say it runs into the millions?
Absolutely.
Or billions?
I would say that it's probably more than $1 billion.
And in terms of insurance claims, have you had anything? Has any of your members filed for claims?
Yes, they have, and some have been successful. I think the larger businesses had the Sasria insurance, and so they've made claims against that. There are a lot of medium-sized enterprises that didn't have that kind of cover. And I think businesses, a lot of them found themselves woefully underinsured when they were insured. For instance, one of my businesses, I think he had 100,000 rands worth of stock insured, and they lost probably $1.5 million worth of stock in that loss. So I think people found out the hard way that they were largely underinsured, and then there were a lot of small businesses that weren't insured at all. One of my members, a black-owned business in Plessis Laar, it set his business back 7 years. His premises was burnt, his stock destroyed. He has a fabrication business, and so he had bought parts to manufacture machinery, and those parts were obviously destroyed, and he's gone back to working under a tree in Dambuza. He's tried to retain all his staff, but literally he's been set back seven years.
Again, I still need to get some clarity on the assessment that you have conducted. Did the assessment also include the size of the business, where it's located, who owns it,
Yes.
race, gender, and socioeconomic status?
We haven't specified race, gender, or economic status. We just have the owners' names and their contact details and their premises, where it was established, and what kind of losses they experienced.
Now, it'd be interesting to find out, establish the gendered impact of the unrest. Have you received any support? Has any of your members received any support from the national, provincial, and local government?
Not that I'm aware of. One of my members I know has reapplied. They got turned down for assistance, but they've reapplied for further funding that we sought help through Trade Investment KZN, and I hope that they are going to be successful as far as that's concerned. We had some help from private sector. Our fellow chambers from elsewhere in the country did donate some money to us, and we were able to help some small businesses that weren't employed, buy some of their stock to get them going again, just in a small way. But from government side, I'm not aware of any businesses that have had huge support at all.
There was an announcement by the national government. They announced the relief package for businesses. Are you saying this has not reached your members, or your members have not applied for assistance?
It has definitely reached them, because we received it and then we distributed it. Those that did apply, the only ones that have come back to me, it doesn't mean that they haven't been successful, but I haven't had a report of success. The only reports that I've had of those that were turned down, and we've tried to help them access funding elsewhere.
Were they provided with reasons why?
The one business was told it was because they had partial insurance for one of the funds, but it didn't seem to preclude that in the requirements. So I think the division at Trade Investment KZN will assist them with some assistance. So I think they will get help.
Are you taking this up with government as the chamber on behalf of those who were not successful?
Yes, we have. Well, we'll take it up through our provincial structure. So we work with Trade Investment KZN. They are engaging with all of the different government departments. So where there hasn't been success, to understand why there hasn't been success and to let them liaise on behalf of those businesses. Yeah.
On average, how much is each business getting from this relief package?
I think they differ so vastly. The difference.
Well, for a small business,
I think there was about 500,000 rand, but that was not really that small a business. The smaller businesses haven't come back and said they've had any success in terms of what they've applied for. They're businesses that reported having lost, 40,000 rands worth of stock, and others that have lost billions. So, I mean, obviously they vary largely, but to the business that lost 40,000 rands worth of stock, they've taken years and years and years to build that up. They're not insured. Proving that you had that stock is also going to be a difficult process. How do you prove if your whole shop was destroyed? When I walk through those premises, even the safes were destroyed with all important documents. People don't even have their title deeds for their properties. They have absolutely nothing. The stuff that was set on fire, the paperwork doesn't exist anymore. So they don't have computers. They don't have access to any of that stuff. So it's very difficult for them to be able to now trace documents, to be able to support their applications, because a lot of them lost all that documentation. We have referred on. We were asked for names, for a list of names that we referred on for assistance, and we've done that as well.
Okay. Businesses are required in terms of the Companies Act to promote compliance with human rights in their operations. What role does human rights play and social responsibility play in the work that you do as the chamber?
It plays a massive role. Because we're a non-profit organization representing business, a lot of the programs that are undertaken by us address needs in community on behalf of business. We've done a lot of skills training for unemployed youth, with the support of the businesses that fund us. We've done entrepreneurial programs, so it's quite a big element of what we do. The businesses that are members of the Chamber, I've said to you, are ethical businesses. They generally care very deeply about their employees. Some of our businesses are paying for the further education of every staff member's children. We've got businesses that have bought all of their employees Jojo tanks to ensure that they have water during the pandemic period. So there's a lot of amazing work being done by businesses individually and through their association with the Chamber.
Yeah. Does your mandate or policy framework recognize human rights?
It does, yes.
Okay. And how do you measure impact in this regard?
We don't actually measure it. It's something that we that forms part of our everyday ethic, but it's not something that we measure on an ongoing basis. We're a small non-governmental organization. I have 6 staff members supporting 700 businesses, so we don't have a huge capacity to be issuing reports and to be doing those sorts of measurements. But it is a huge part of who we are as an organization.
So when you say you don't have capacity, other than the office of the CEO, who else is part of your office?
Ongoing and my staff. I have.
Yeah, can you take us through your organogram?
Sure. I have a PA and our receptionist does a lot of our trade work. They both issue certificates of origin. Then I have a bookkeeper, and I have a half-day debtors clerk, and we have a lady that sets up our functions, and that really is our core staff. We have a very busy calendar, both in terms of training and in terms of events that we run on behalf of business and in terms of programs. We keep a small core staff, and when we run programs, we bring in people and fund their contribution as part of that. So we'll bring in expertise when we want to run an entrepreneurial program in order to be able to run the program. But they're not maintained as core members of our staff because we couldn't sustain that. We rely on private sector membership funding in order to be able to sustain our organization.
Yeah. Do you perhaps know if businesses owned by persons living with disabilities and foreign nationals, if they were affected?
I did get some messages from people on the ground that there were particular foreign-owned businesses that were being targeted in the Plessis-Laar area, Edendale area. But I don't know that for a fact myself. But it came from business members on the ground there.
Are some of your members non-nationals?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason for this?
Not particularly, no, they just don't tend to affiliate.
Okay. And it's voluntary.
It's voluntary,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because of the lack of police presence during the looting and the unrest, what did your members do to protect their businesses?
Some of the businesses, their staff even came in to stand in front of their businesses and were armed. Communities came together. They blocked off roads to protect, their shopping centres and their businesses in the areas. It was actually incredible to see how community came together because I think everybody realised that, if the shops in their area went, there would have been no access to food or any kind of, and that jobs would be destroyed. So people came together in incredible ways.
Were security companies involved in protecting some of the businesses of your
There were
members?
some security businesses, as a rule, have security guards generally on their premises, but those security guards were overwhelmed. I mean, I think some of them tried to help. There was no access. When we realised we weren't going to get help from SAPS, we tried to contact the security companies. Unfortunately, the taxis weren't running, and so a lot of the chaps that worked in the security industry were unable to get to work. So they were all running short of staff. They didn't have the staff to be able to have an adequate response, and so we were left without access to resource, really, largely.
Do you know how your members procure security services?
I don't get involved in the procurement processes, but I would imagine.
Or do you have a standard procedure that is shared with members or guidelines on how to procure security services?
No, we don't have a standard procedure to members on how to procure any services. I mean, they've all got procurement divisions and their own company policies in relation to that. So we wouldn't do that. We get paid by our members to represent their views. We don't govern their behaviour.
Okay. Did any of your members, because of the lack of police presence or visibility, did they have to procure additional security services?
A lot of them tried, but as I was saying, the security services weren't available because they were all short of people. So I think they were getting calls from all over, from Durban, from everywhere, asking for additional security, but nobody had the capacity to extend extra services. They were battling to cover the sites that they were already committed to covering. So I tried to phone those security companies that are members of the chamber to ask for particular protection in areas and help, and they were unable to help us.
There's a lot of inequality in the Midlands, spatial and economic inequalities. What has been the role of the chamber to advance and ensure that we have a much more equal and egalitarian society?
There's a number of initiatives that we undertake. We are given our limited capacity and our limited funding, we have undertaken quite a few projects to ensure that we are able to help. Our focus is on business and on economic and enterprise development. So a lot of our focus is on helping people that are excluded from the economy get some sort of access to it. So the training that we've done, for instance, we've trained 60 unemployed young people recently from the township areas of Pietermaritzburg with the Master Builders Association, so that we could train people to do particularly bricklaying and plumbing and carpentry. The idea was then that they would be absorbed by our construction sector and taken under the wings of the construction people to be able to grow their trade so that they could utilize that to run businesses. We've done entrepreneurial training. When people contact us and say they'd like have a business idea, can we spend some time with them, finding them a mentor? We've done that. We've run entrepreneurial programs where we've taken small businesses and taught them how to ramp up their production, their demand, their marketing. So that's really the space where we have an impact.
You earlier stated that you would regularly engage with the police, but there were they were nowhere to be found on the 12th. Post the unrest, have you had any meetings or consultations with the police?
Yes.
Have you done your own analysis to understand what could have been the cause of their absence during the unrest?
We have been directly told by some of the police personnel that they were told to stand down, that they weren't allowed to respond.
Told by who?
Their leadership, they haven't been specific. They were instructed, that was all they were prepared to tell us. They were instructed to stand down. We were told at the time that there wasn't tear gas. There was tear gas. There was plenty of it. So there was, it appears, instructions from somewhere that, that everybody obeyed, that they didn't respond. Post that, there has been an initiative in our community. I have to say that they did come with us on some on a motorcade around several areas to be able to address people, to say the looting was wrong. So subsequent to that, there has been a positive response from SAPS. But at the time, there were police officers that said that it took everything in them to obey the orders that they were given, because their instinct was to respond and react.
And when you say they did not have enough tear gas, or they had enough tear gas, where did you get this information?
From SAPS officials themselves.
But they weren't allowed to use tear gas?
They weren't allowed to use it.
No. And what would you say are the lessons for the chamber out of this unfortunate situation that occurred? What are some of the lessons?
Well, I think
and what can be done to prevent a recurrence of this?
I work for the chamber because I care deeply about making a difference in this country, because I love my country and I love my city and I love my province, and I desire above all things to see a more equal society in South Africa. I think that is shared by a number of the people that are affiliated to our chamber. That is work we already are doing, work in that space, and will continue to do work in that space. But I think that there's a tendency to make what happened in July largely about that inequality. I think people that led that insurrection, they utilized that to their advantage. But I think the chief motivation behind that insurrection definitely had a political role to it. It was too well organized, too well orchestrated, and standing in those businesses and watching what was sprayed all over those walls, the free Zuma, the Ramaphosa must go back to vendor, the expletives about white monopoly capital, the rhetoric was very clear that it had a distinctly political undertone and had more to do with power than anything else. I hope that South Africa doesn't ever repeat this again, but I think that unless we deal with the trust deficit that now exists, and that trust deficit exists because we haven't all got in the same room, because we haven't unpacked what really happened in South Africa. We haven't in this area, and we haven't collectively said we will work to ensure that this doesn't happen again. I think that threat still hangs in the background, and I think that it's something that is absolutely necessary. We need to see some strong leadership in this space, and we need to start calling things what they are. So I think that's critical.
So do you agree with the notion that this was an insurrection?
Absolutely, 100%.
What is your understanding of an insurrection?
My understanding is that it was an element that was looking to overthrow the government, to take control politically.
Who wanted to do this? And what do you base this on?
Well, I base it on the fact that, first of all, this is not something that happened organically, and you would expect that if it was in response to economic needs, that it would have been something that happened organically. It didn't happen organically. It was too well planned. There was the same modus operandi all over the place. It took months and months of planning. It's impossible to believe that people were not aware that this was going to happen. It was out there in the public space. The response was poor. That was part of the same orchestration, that there were instructions not to respond. It's very clear that there is a hand behind that. I can't say for certain whose hand it was, but judging from what was spread all over buildings, you know, it certainly looks like an element of the radical economic transformation grouping.
And does the chamber have qualms with the call for radical economic transformation?
No, I mean,
Given
I think given
our inequalities in the country.
Well, I mean, I really think that what we need to do is to grow the pie bigger. I think that we have to work together to grow this economy and to ensure that in our growth there's more inclusivity. I think that inclusive growth for me is the most sensible economic approach. You know, what has happened here has meant that the investment that we currently have, we've lost huge chunks of it. We've lost 15 years of growth. We've created an exacerbation of our unemployment in our area. And even though people are getting paid out, you know, it remains to be seen if they're going to put that money back into our economy. And there's a lot of jobs at the back end of that. So I think that it's a very limited approach to think that you can take what exists and transform it, and it's going to make everybody more equal. That isn't how it works. We have to be able to take that pie, to grow it bigger, to ensure that there's inclusivity when we do that. And there's ways of ensuring that is the case. I think there's a lot of really, really great work that's being done. I think that we also need to be focusing on issues of structural things that perpetuate the inequality. You know, I can't understand how 30 years into democracy we still have townships. Why have we not planned for integration? Why have we not made any plan to ensure that the poorest of the poor people are not living furthest from opportunity? What have we done about ensuring that people don't have to spend all their income on transportation? Why are there poor schools? It shouldn't be like that anymore. You know, there's other countries that have planned for that integration. And more than anything, I think those are some of the things that we should be working hard towards, because how do you compete if you have no access to opportunity? How do you even enter that space? So I really think we've got a lot of work to do in our country, and I for one have my hand up to say I'm happy to be part of that work.
So how else would South Africa be able to dismantle the apartheid structure of the economy if there isn't some form of radical action on the part of government to redress the current imbalances?
But I think one's got to look at all of the sectors and see where there are barriers. I think one's got to look at those barriers and be realistic about what you remove and what programs you put in place. I think that largely our programs that we've put in place have been a failure. And I think one of the things that we're really not good at is that if you look at other countries like China who decide on a strategy, they go forward with that strategy, it doesn't have the desired results, and so they change the strategy. We keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, which doesn't make any sense to me. You know, I think we've got to be able to criticize what we've put in place, see what doesn't work, change it, to ensure that we are working in that direction. And I think what we lack is a lot of honest discussion about some of that stuff. I really do think that if we look at all of our unemployed young people, I talk to young people a lot, and their frustration is that they can't be included. If you give me a second, I'd like to share a story with you. One of my ward councillors phoned me and said, please, I need to see you for 5 minutes. Please, can I come and talk to you? I've got an urgent problem in my ward. I said, no problem. Come and chat to me. He came and he said, there's a lady in my ward who is absolutely distraught because her daughter is suicidal. She's a fruit seller. She has managed to get all 3 of her children through school. they couldn't afford tertiary education for everybody, so the family had a meeting. They decided the middle child would be the child that would go and get an education. So she went to do an HR qualification at one of the colleges, and then she got an internship with government. She didn't really do much for the internship. I think she answered the phone for a bit. And then her internship ended, and then she couldn't find a job. And she's a good girl. She hasn't had any children out of wedlock. She has been sitting at home for 9 months. She knows that her entire family's hope is on her to take them out of poverty, and she can't find a job. And now she's suicidal. There are a lot of young people like that that are simply excluded because we haven't been truthful about opportunity. We haven't been truthful about the fact that you can go to university or to a college and you can do whatever you like, but it's an entrepreneurial activity. You're going there to acquire a skill that you want to sell. First of all, we push too many people through with the same qualifications when there's no opportunities out there, and that's wrong. Second of all, we take poor people's money for those qualifications that are not going to help them get out of the poverty space that they're in. You can take that one young girl, and when she came I said, send her to see me on Monday and we'll sit down with a recruitment consultant, let's see how we can help her. The poor young woman is so wound up like a tight little top when she sat there. Good, decent girl, none of that family have done anything wrong. But still, to find her access, we had to find her a private sector opportunity so she could grow the skills, so she could have the confidence to go out and get a job in the private sector. I think we've got a lot of work all over the place, and I don't think just taking a business and changing ownership is going to change the fundamental problems that we have in our country in terms of access, in terms of competition.
Would I be correct in saying you also, part of your work includes lobbying government
Yes.
to come up with favorable policies
It does, yes.
that enable your businesses to thrive?
You know, a lot of the work that we land up doing now is very practical work. So when we have a factory that doesn't have power because there's a power outage, is really trying to get information so they can make a decision about whether they hire in a really expensive generator to keep them going, or whether they declare short time, or whether they mitigate so that they can deliver at a later stage. So it's information-based assistance, or it might be that an organization is battling to get through the compensation commissioner and needs help with that kind of thing. So we do a lot of that kind of practical assistance to allow businesses to help them to operate. The other programs that we will do is we will try to ensure that, for instance, if there is a problem with a lack of skill for a particular sector, say engineers and metalworks, then we'll make contact with universities to try and see whether we can't assist with that. We will ensure that when we've got education trusts that sit within businesses, that we are funding engineers so that they come back into the area. So it's that kind of instructive stuff. In terms of the engagement with government, there's engagement on a number of different, whether there's legislative changes or other things that will influence business, absolutely. I think what we lack is actual real engagement between private sector and government to talk about the fundamental problems that we have in our society that we ought to be addressing together, because I don't think they're problems that we can solve individually. I think that there has to be a concerted effort from both sides, and I think that perhaps there's too much correctness in engagement often. I think that there's not honest engagement, and I think there needs to be some sort of development towards that.
Yeah. So how would the inclusive growth that you are calling for dismantle the structural apartheid of the economy, which continues to exclude the majority of South Africans?
I think there are structural things in the economy that exclude people, but I think, as I was saying earlier, I don't think those are the only things that exclude people. So I think that apartheid was a physical, legislative, and it was also a psychological structure, and I don't think that we've deconstructed any of that. I think that we need to do a lot of work in deconstructing what apartheid did to people in terms of their views. I think we've got to a place where we recognize that there is difference, but we don't value the difference that does exist. And I think that's one of the most, the things that make businesses thrive in the world today are two things: agility or responsiveness to change, and diversity. And I just don't think that we have really benefited from the diversity that our country offers. And I'm talking about every kind of diversity. Because we don't realize the value that comes with that. And I think that until we reach that place, we're not going to be able to address some of that stuff. Structurally, I think there's a lot of work being done by businesses in their procurement systems to capacitate businesses to take on more and more of the stuff that's happening. I also think that there's a critical role that government can play. I think Chile is a phenomenal example of how they managed to change things to include small businesses and to grow them sustainably. I think in terms of government spend, we're not growing expertise and using our government spending appropriately. What we're doing is creating a whole lot of opportunists that come in and they do potholes and stationery and heaven alone knows what, uniforms and everything under the sun, but you're not building expertise or sustainable businesses out of that process. There they have a system where they've actually partnered with the National Chamber in Chile. You go in as a business, you go and do all your registrations in there, they're loaded up onto the system, they assess your competency level, and there's a training system where you can say, I'm at this level now and this is what I aim to do, and the Chamber will ensure that you actually can build that sustainability over time. But also once you're in the system, every government tender that goes out, it goes out through the system to everybody that is at the level that can achieve competence there. It's the computer decides who's going to get the tender. You're assessed, so you can't progress and do more important work until such time as you've proven that you are able to deliver it at the level that you are and that you get good recommendations. That creates a database then the private sector can use, because they can go in and say, here's an excellent person that's got great reviews for the jobs that they've done. I can confidently bring them into to do this particular job or to contract to them. And they've grown small businesses and changed that dynamic in that country enormously as a result. So if we just took our massive government spend and we applied it appropriately to grow businesses and to develop a credible system to ensure that we could integrate those businesses into the private sector, I think the chambers could play a massive role in that integration, and I think that we could change the transaction in our country hugely.
Is the Chamber happy with the policy efforts by the three spheres of government to address the triple burdens of poverty, inequality and unemployment?
Absolutely not. It's worsened, and I just look at some of the programs that we undertake, and the fruit from those programs is just about zero. I just think we could do a lot better. I think that we tend to develop agencies all over the place and we pay government officials salaries in those agencies, but I don't think that we're measuring any physical results. When I talk to entrepreneurs that are frustrated, they go in and they get a cut and paste business plan that's chewed out, that they have no buy-in to, that it didn't come from them, it's just a cut and paste exercise. You don't have much opportunity. You need to be able to have real engagement with those entrepreneurs. The guys that have come in and sat with us, we've been able to help them with direction. And there's nothing that makes my job more worthwhile than seeing an emergent entrepreneur succeed. And so, I think you've got to have some skin in the game. You can't take somebody who's got no business experience and expect them to help somebody develop and grow a business. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. You earlier said that you received money from the national government for business relief, which you distributed. Could you give us the details of how much and how it was distributed?
No, we haven't as a chamber received any money from national government. We received the information about the funds that could be distributed to business, and we distributed that information so they could make application individually for their losses. No, we didn't receive any money.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Part of what the hearing panel is required to inquire into is the causes or reasons behind the July unrest. And you earlier mentioned that could be to the inflammatory rhetoric, political rhetoric, issues around insurrection and all of that. But you're also not mentioning other factors. Would you say that poverty, high rates of unemployment, and inequality, which remain structural and deeply entrenched, also contributed to the unrest?
Absolutely. I think people were taken along because of that inequality, because it was an opportunity for them to be able to have access to stuff they don't have access to, and I completely understand why that happened. I don't think that it was something that organically happened. I think that it was driven, and I think there was a utilization of that, an exploitation of the circumstances in our country. I think a lot of good people, a lot of wonderful people got caught up, and one can understand that, how people did get caught up in that. I don't think they drove it.
You also, Ilya, said that your members and some members of the community protected businesses during the unrest. And earlier this week we heard from some of the victims that the responses to the unrest and looting were driven by racial bias and racial profiling. Are you aware of any such incidents in the areas under your jurisdiction as the chamber?
There was an incident in one of the informal settlements, I understand.
Which incident?
I'm just
what
trying
happened?
to think of what it was called. I think it was in right near Chota-Matola Bridge. There's an informal settlement there, and I understand there was some shooting that took place from the community that was close by there, but I don't know much detail of that.
Who was shooting?
I think it was community members from the northern suburbs of Pietermaritzburg. My understanding from the videos is that there was some retaliation from people, but I couldn't tell you who was shooting. I don't know that myself. I only saw videos that were circulated, and I did speak to our mayor and ask him if there was validity to it, and he said there was. So I am aware of that. Other than that, I saw amazing ways in which community come together. The Sweetwaters community and the Hilton community banding together and manning stops together. So I think that the majority of people, community stood together. They stood alongside each other. There wasn't any other reports of any form of profiling or leaving people out. I saw wonderful stuff happening.
Do you agree with the violent response the unrest elicited?
I don't agree with the violent response. In fact, initially when the roadblocks were set up, I was quite horrified that they had been set up. And then I understood when I saw people coming together that people were left unprotected and vulnerable. And in areas like in Edendale and Plesislau, where all of those shops have been burnt down and destroyed, people had no access to food. It's going to cost people a huge amount to travel to the other side of town in taxis to be able to even take food home to their families. So I got to understand that when people came together, they had seen what had happened. They disagreed with what had happened. They wanted to stand together and they wanted to protect the shopping centres and things in their area so that they could ensure their food security. I didn't see from those blockades any violence emanating from there. I would never approve of any sort of violence perpetrated against fellow South Africans, but I never saw that. I saw them creating a situation where there was just, I guess, a psychological barrier that said, we're here to protect our space, we're standing alongside each other. What happened in the area where the video is circulated, I really would be talking out of turn to understand what happened there. The violence the racial tension and violence that came out of this, it was sickening and hurtful.
I earlier stated that the Section 7 of the Companies Act enjoins business to promote compliance with the Bill of Rights. And at the heart of what we are trying to achieve as a country is to transform and redress the imbalances. What is it that the Chamber is doing to assist in this constitutional aspiration to have a much more egalitarian society, given the economic gap that we continue to witness here in KZN and across the country?
Well, I think that the greatest strength of having an organization like a chamber is that you have such diversity in your membership that you're able to help people at that are just starting out to develop their businesses, so that they can in fact also be referred as suppliers to larger businesses. So we very often are able to bring larger businesses and smaller businesses into the same space, so that they can develop relationships and work with each other. We've seen a lot of growth. You know, I'll give you an example of how something like that happens in the space of a chamber. So we ran an entrepreneurial program where we took about 25 emergent businesses and then took them through a program to capacitate them in various areas, whether it's marketing and finance and a whole range of areas. We did a baseline assessment at the beginning of the program and then an assessment at the end of the program to see what effect the intervention had as far as their businesses were concerned. In fact, it was run province-wide between the chambers. The entrepreneurs that they had mentors for a year after that. And those entrepreneurs that won, we presented prize money to them, but it was signed off against the implementation of their business plan. It wasn't money that was handed out just for Mahala, and we carried on with their membership of the chamber. But in our big banquet at the end of the year, where there's a lot of corporate representation present, when we were able to profile those businesses and tell the stories of their success and how they'd gone, there were several people that stood up in the room from big retailers that said they'd like to take on the goods. So, those businesses' incomes turnovers just went through the roof just from one engagement. So I think that we sit in a powerful position in that space to be able to tell the stories of successful emergent entrepreneurs, and there's a huge heart to be able to support that. So we're able to bring those big businesses and smaller businesses into the same room and into relationship, and I think that's a really critical role that we play as chambers, apart from the capacity building stuff.
Yeah. Are you aware of any investigations against private security providers that continue to protect the businesses of your members?
I'm not aware of anything official. Obviously, there's been some indications in the news media that there is some sort of investigation going on, but I haven't heard of anybody being particularly named, or I'm not specifically aware of them being investigated. I don't know what companies they would be.
Would you say it's ethical for your members to continue using their services, given what has happened and the allegations that some of them were involved in acts of criminality?
Well, I think it would need to be made public which companies those are and what acts of criminality they've been engaged in, and then there would have to be a decision. I mean, if they've been engaged in illegal criminal activities, absolutely no. That would be unethical to continue to utilize their services, and I don't see an ethical business continuing to do that. But I don't think that level of information is available for people to make those assessments at this point in time. So I think we'd welcome that being made public so that businesses would be aware.
And lastly, to what extent do you engage with your members on human rights? Do you engage with Chapter 9 bodies such as the South African Human Rights Commission on human rights and on incorporating human rights into decision making by businesses?
We've had some good engagements in recent times with the Commission. We've had some online meetings and some discussions about how we can collaborate and ensure that we can get the message across in various areas. The Commission has been very active in our area as far as what happened on our landfill site is concerned, so there's been the court cases associated with them. And since then, we've developed quite an open, I think, relationship with the Commission in terms of providing a lot of that information and intelligence, and I think that we'll work together quite closely in the future to ensure that we are ensuring that our businesses have access to the information that is needed.
Would you want something like this to be replicated across the country by other chambers? To have this kind of engagement with the Commission on human rights and incorporating human rights in their business operations?
Yeah, absolutely. I currently chair the Association of South African Chambers, which is an association of the largest chambers in the country. So we would welcome, I'm very sure, an engagement with the Commission.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Advocate Lotz, any questions from your side?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I can attest to what Melanie has just indicated with regards to the interactions. And I think it's also welcoming to hear that it's something that you could also take up with the association with the biggest chambers across the country, so that we can explore those opportunities. I've just got one or two questions for you, Melanie. Just a second, because I had made some notes here. I think you mentioned Barnsley Road in Pietermaritzburg as having, excuse me. Okay, just a logistical issue that has just come to me, Chair, just to indicate to Melanie, if you could just speak closer to the mic. I think the live stream, there was just a concern raised that you're not very audible.
Okay.
Maybe you can just bring it closer as well.
Yeah, I have done.
Okay, thank you. I was just mentioning that you indicated that Barnsley Road in Pietermaritzburg was one of those that was, impacted quite greatly. And you even went as far as, if I heard you correctly, saying that you did also notice or you saw some bodies lying on the road as you went to inspect the damage and the destruction. Could you just perhaps just enlighten the panel in terms of where exactly in Pietermaritzburg is Barnsley Road located? I do guess that we can also, we can find it on Google Maps, etc., but just to explain in terms of proximity in the city, and also if you could just explain a little bit further on the type of destruction that I think that you saw. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So Barnsley Road it runs adjacent to Moses Mabhida Road, which leads straight into Edendale. So it's quite close to Edendale, and Pietermaritzburg is a township area that is probably the same size as the balance of Maritzburg. I mean, it's like 2 Maritzburgs. So Barnsley Road runs along there, and it along there was the China Mall, which is completely burnt and gutted. Macro, which was looted over a few days, and absolutely everything was gone, set on fire in the back. An SAB warehouse, Usmalls, which is owned by the Usmal family and been operating in Pietermaritzburg for over 100 years. They were absolutely looted. Still, their roof was burnt. A lot of the shops there, Mascor and stuff, were windows smashed and stuff stolen. So the whole road, literally, I think there was only one business that wasn't affected, a Heuleman's procurement division, but the rest of the businesses in Barnsley Road were utterly destroyed. And I think with the amount of liquor that was in the premises there that was looted, it was difficult to tell. With the road was it just looked like some kind of dreadful bomb had gone off. It was a war zone. There was broken stuff and machinery and everything lying all over the road, all the way down. And in front of the road is Mzanduzi River. And it was really along the side of the road on the pavement and down the bank towards the river, where there were people that were lying dead. And it was absolutely soul-destroying to stand there and see people just left discarded like rubbish on the side of the road. It was absolutely horrific. There was no visible injuries that you could see, I think, either in the stampede or as a result of the overindulgence of liquor and the really cold temperatures next to the river that night. I don't know what the outcomes of those autopsies were, but to see people being loaded up into vans to be taken to the morgue it just made me think that whoever was behind this, what kind of a person, what kind of people allow this kind of thing to go on without concern for the consequences, for the people that were caught up in it and killed, and for the people whose livelihoods were lost as a result of this action. You know, we're going to see that some of those businesses, in fact, a lot of them are not going to come back at the same scale they were at in that road. I think Macro is going to build elsewhere, which means that all of the small businesses that relied on the foot traffic that was brought into the area, they're not going to be able to survive. You're going to find that those other businesses have opened, but smaller divisions. They've taken some of the divisions and not invested them there, and that means that those jobs won't be replaced very easily. Most of them have gone on a retrenchment process. So I think that was surreal and horrible and traumatic. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare to stand there and think this is our city. It was horrific.
Maybe just a quick follow-up on that, because I think you've enumerated, quite well what you saw, and perhaps, the horrific nature of what you experienced. I'm also interested because I think there is a human element to what happened. Like you say, lives were lost. There's been many reports of how many people actually died. We've seen reports of over 300 people dying, and so on. Now, as a human being, how did that impact on you personally? Because I think we have, over the past 3 days or so, been really hearing those stories, and I think it will be important, given that you've raised it, maybe for the panel to perhaps hear what impact that had on you as a person, if you may briefly, please, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. It was traumatic. It was devastating to stand there looking at the young people lying twisted on the ground, to think that that's somebody's son. That person is the same age as my son, and they're not going to go home. And none of that could ever be worth the loss of life that we saw. It was horrific. It was horrific to see that people were just crushed and broken and left there in the wake of a horrible storm. It was awful.
Thank you for that. Do you want to just take a moment?
Yeah, that's all right.
Maybe we can get you some water as well.
I think there might be some here. Don't worry about the water. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Melanie. I've just got one last question, Chair. My colleague took you through a few questions around the lack of response from the police,
Yeah.
which you gave us your account and perhaps that of your members in terms of their experience. But you also said something quite interesting, that there was equally a lack of or an absence of politicians. And I'm interested to hear from you, because you did say that you do interact with, I know you interact specifically with the local municipality and the structures. You most likely do also interact with the provincial government and so on. So when you say politicians, whom are you referring to? And could you please also just give us an account of what you mean by an absence of politicians?
Yeah, maybe if I can add a bit more detail to that question. You specifically said that you called politicians to come to stand with you as far as this matter is concerned. So if you can maybe give an indication as to when did you call whom and what the response was there absolutely no response or only days later? Just a bit more details about the calling of the politicians.
Yeah, so we had asked for that to take place quite early. It was a while after the unrest that the Premier called a meeting in Durban that we attended, and I was very vocal at that meeting, asking for exactly that, for people to stand up alongside us. And I told them very publicly that what had come back from the ground was that there was complicity, that our leadership locally had told our religious leaders, because it comes through the floor, through people that work for businesses, what's being said. And we were told that there was complicity, that our local politicians were saying that they were in agreement with the looting. They were visiting individual businesses, but not publicly stating that the looting was incorrect, that what had happened was wrong. And I think that's why I said the trust deficit is. I can't go out there and tell people to reinvest their money if you're not going to stand with me and tell me that what happened here is wrong. If you're not going to stand and say that you condemn what happened, that you value the investment that has been made in this area, and that people will face the full might of the law. Those are the three things that I asked for. We have subsequently had another meeting online with the MEC for Economic Development, at which I requested the same thing. Please come and stand with me in my community, and tell them that as a community, there is some kind of a reassurance that we have government support and SAPS's support to ensure that we don't have to face this again. And it hasn't happened.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have any further questions from.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions from my side. Just to come back to the calls on politicians or to politicians, did you actually, at some stage when the unrest came to be, phone certain politicians?
I did, and I never got through to anybody. They were as
And
unavailable.
on what date was that?
I'd have to have a look at my phone.
But according to what you can remember, was it
On the days that
date?
it was happening, and I engaged quite a lot with my colleague in Durban, who I'm sure you'll hear from later, about whether she'd had success in reaching the particular politicians as well.
And who did you call?
I called the Premier, mostly the Premier and the SAPS officials. I eventually got the Police Commissioner. When I was desperate at one stage, the Richmond farmers were phoning to say that they had been told that they were going to be attacked, and they had contacted their local SAPS, and SAPS said they wouldn't come. They were going to be attacked, but they're not going to come. So in that instance, I did manage to raise the Commissioner.
That's the Commissioner of Police of KZN?
Yes.
Okay, so let's deal with the Premier first. So the Premier didn't come back to you when
No.
you called him? How did you call him, on his cell number? Or?
I called him on his cell phone number, yes.
And he did not come back at all?
No.
Any other politician that you called?
I did speak to our mayor. I did manage to speak to our mayor, our local mayor. So I didn't have an issue with him. I'm trying to think back of whether I tried the MEC for economic development, but I couldn't honestly say that I did.
And what was the response of the mayor?
I think at the time I felt like the mayor was telling me what I needed to hear, that there was not a lot of support that was going to be forthcoming to make any difference on the ground. I think that he commiserated, but then there was talk coming back from the ground that that he actually agreed with what was happening. So it was very difficult. He never stood with me publicly and said what happened was wrong. And I guess there wasn't proactive action taken. I don't know what action he could have taken, really, I guess. His security division at the municipality were helpful a few days after that. They worked with us when the army had been deployed. Yeah, in the first few days, there was very little help that came from anybody.
And then you also mentioned that there were local politicians, or you were told that local politicians said they actually agreed with the looting.
Yes, it came
Can you
back.
just give us more detail as to, did one of them told you that, or did you hear it somewhere? If so, who said that?
We had a lot of intelligence coming from our black-owned businesses, particularly, and from the shop floor and some of the industry that came through. One of my businesses that was destroyed said that the councillor had told him that he mustn't worry about the destruction of his business, that he would ensure that he got a good contract from the city and he'd be rich beyond his wildest dreams. So he really mustn't worry about his business being destroyed. Then there was the other intelligence that came from the shop floor, that came from the religious leaders, that said a meeting was called with our politicians in the area, and they told the religious leaders that they were pro the looting.
And who were these politicians who were at this
They
meeting?
weren't particularly named, although our mayor was mentioned as being present.
And the intelligence was that what was said at that meeting?
That the religious leaders were told that the leadership actually in the region actually support the looting.
Who was the mayor at that time?
Nzita Bola.
Then you also made mention that you believe that the unrest in Pietermaritzburg was organized and orchestrated. You've mentioned certain examples or certain issues that pointed to that according to you, but can you maybe go into more detail? Why, in your view, was it orchestrated and organized?
Well, mostly because of the modus operandi, because the people that went ahead, they carried out the same plan. It was a structured plan. Go first in, disable the sprinkler system, so that when you set fire, it's not going to be able to be activated and put out the fire. Go straight in, cut through the roof, pull out the insulation in the roof, bring 5-liter bottles of fuel with you, set it on fire, spray paint the same rhetoric on the walls, and most of the places they defecated in them as well. So it was like a recipe.
And how do you know that this recipe was followed in each of these businesses? Did you do some kind of investigation? Was it intelligence? What indicated that there was a recipe followed, basically?
It came back from the businesses themselves and from their floors, the shop floors. They came back, a number of them phoned to say, my people are saying that this was planned well in advance. So some of the people on the shop floor were aware of the planning. And I think that's quite hard for business because they told them after the fact, but not before.
So if you mention people, you mean staff of the
Yes.
businesses were aware,
Yes, they were.
according to the business owners.
Yes.
And all of this, including the issue of a recipe and so on that was followed, would that be in the report you referred to? I think you referred to a report that you have
Oh,
on
no.
businesses.
Yeah, that's
they
just a report on the damage that was done to particular businesses, which I can make available, but I'm happy to add a paragraph if you'd like me to.
Thank you, and maybe indicate which businesses reported that in that way. Okay, then you also made mention of spray painting. That was, it seemed that you suggested that was part of the modus operandi. So can you maybe refer to specific instances of spray painting? You mentioned the message, in terms of the messages and at which businesses, if you remember, this was. For example, you referred to the one that President Ramaphosa must go back to Venda and things like that. Can you just give us more detail in terms of what kind of messages, what were the messages, as well as in terms of the spray painting, and where was it?
I can
If you can-
do better than that. I can show you, I suppose, on my phone. I took some photographs of it. It was against the walls of businesses, on their vehicles, and I can tell you exactly what they said. I may not use the expletives in some of them.
Yeah, let me just say to the media that, you know, if some of this is sensitive material, just be, you know, just warn your viewers in advance.
Okay. Who do you want me to show it to? Myself?
Maybe at this stage, I mean, you can, would you make it available to us?
Yes.
Yeah. And maybe you can just read it out at this point in time.
I can do that. That is sprayed on a wall on one of the factories. Zuma is the best president.
Which factory is it?
This was in Volans. This is an expletive. I'll make it available, but it basically talks about white monopoly capital. This is if all white people. This is free Zuma, if white minority.
Are these now the same business, different businesses?
This is all in the same business. It was all over their business. It was all over the Edendale Mall as well. Yeah, the one is a truck that says Ramaphosa must go back to Venda.
Where's it on a truck? That's what you have. You have more?
No, those are the ones I took photos of.
Okay, thank you. So, you say you got through to when you called the Commissioner of Police, you got through to the Commissioner of Police. When was that?
Gosh, I'd be guessing it was a couple of days in. That whole week is a blur, but it was probably about the second or third day when we had the issue with the police having told the farmers they wouldn't respond to help them, and they were terrified.
Okay, we can get to that just now. But so the Commissioner of Police, you spoke with him on the telephone,
I did.
and what was that conversation?
His conversation was that he will instruct them to respond. There's no such thing that they won't respond, and if there's a problem, I can get hold of him again.
Okay. And now I'm not sure if you mentioned that before, but about the farmers. You said farmers were told by the police that they won't respond.
Yes.
So can you perhaps provide some detail about that? Who were these farmers, and what were they, you know, how did this conversations came about, and when, and so on, a bit more detail for us?
Yeah, I've got some messages from that time, because I don't think I originally answered the phone when the phone call came through. They were saying they were terrified in their homes, that they were told that by their farm workers that they were going to face attack, that it was imminent, and so they had contacted the local SAPS division, and they said they probably are going to face attack, but they're not coming to protect them.
You have messages on your phone?
I'm sure
In
the
that
messages
regard.
include that, yes. Otherwise, I will be able to give you the name of the Farmers Association,
Okay.
so that you can talk directly to them, yeah.
So if that can also be made available.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Then you also mentioned that post the unrest, there was a meeting or consultations with the police, and that you were told by some of the police members that they were instructed to stand down. Are you willing to mention these police officers, or do you want to provide those names on a confidential basis to us? Or so that's now the police officers that indicated that they were instructed to stand down.
I wouldn't be comfortable because of the repercussions that they might have to face as a result. I think if they were comfortable to speak out, they would have done so.
Would it be possible to provide the information to us, maybe not here in public, but on a confidential basis? Or?
I would like the opportunity to speak to them first, if that's possible.
Okay. And then there was also the issue that you were told that there wasn't tear gas. Can you provide some more detail? How were you told? When did you, you know, who told you there's no tear gas?
Well, we kept asking because, you know, normally in these circumstances, there are protocols that are employed, water cannons, tear gas, the kind of non-deadly responses that you expect. So we kept asking, why are we not seeing any of this happening? Why are we not seeing that response from SAPS? And initially, we were told that there was a shortage of tear gas, that it wasn't available. And then the police officers confirmed that there was no shortage, that it was available.
Okay, so let's just try and establish then, did someone tell you there is no tear gas? Did you inquire about tear gas from a specific police officer or officers, and they told you there were no tear gas? And
Honestly, I would be lying if I told you that I knew exactly where it came from. You know, at the time, it was all part of the mix. We were phoning so many people, talking to so many people. That was just the message that came back from the engagements initially, which prompted us to inquire further how it is that we don't have any tear gas.
And who then told you that there was actually tear gas? Did someone tell you or someone else?
It was a
Who
police officer.
And in terms of the identity, you
I would
have
like
the
to
same
do the
position
same
than
thing.
before?
Yeah.
Okay. At what point was there any response from the police pertaining to the unrest? What day, time, more or less? Do you have any indication of that?
There was pockets of response. I became aware of police response on the second day. Before that, I think the time is such a blur. I think it was the second day that we actually saw a response. It took a long time for there to be even a national response for the army to be deployed. I can't even remember when the army eventually did arrive, and there were so few soldiers. I think we had 120 soldiers or something. And they were employed to government, to protect government infrastructure, not private infrastructure. So I think there were pockets of response. It certainly wasn't immediate. I can't tell you when exactly it happened.
Thank you very much. And then my last question is, you once again said that the police were saying that it took everything in them to stand down. Yeah, and you also said then they weren't allowed to use tear gas and so on. When were you told this? Was it at a meeting?
No, it wasn't. It was at an engagement. It was an engagement post the unrest, where it was a social engagement.
Between?
The police people concerned, and I was present at it, yeah.
Okay. And once again, I suppose that you wouldn't at this point in time want to indicate the identity of the police
I don't think it would be
officer.
fair.
Was it one or more police officers?
There was 2 police people in that
Okay,
instance.
thank you. That's all from me. The other members of the panel? Nothing?
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chairperson.
Nissen?
Melanie, you've mentioned twice now the trust deficit. I mean, you've talked about the devastating economic impact, and they talk about the trust deficit that is there. Is the trust deficit, is it, you've mentioned part of it by saying investment concern. Secondly, you've mentioned that some of the employees knew about it and did tell the employer. And thirdly, is it a colour thing? So just elaborate a little bit on that.
No, it's definitely not a colour thing. Because businesses that were owned by all races were attacked, and I think that the fundamental belief that you have as a South African is that when somebody attacks your business or your home, that there will be an adequate response from government to ensure that you're protected from that. And when there was no response, suddenly it was a horrible awakening to the fact that you are completely alone, that you aren't going to see that adequate response. I think to find that it wasn't clear that our leadership found what happened completely unacceptable, I think that was also hard for people to process. If there had been a strong response from government coming out and saying, what has happened is unacceptable, it's wrong, I think there would have been a different kind of feeling. I don't know what to say to people that have been paid out for their whole building and for all their equipment and for all of their stock. They're now sitting with that money as cash. Could you honestly say to them they should put it back where it just got destroyed? I mean, is that a sound business decision to make? I think a lot of them also have a lot of them have lasted in areas and chosen to invest in areas that are close to township areas because it's close for their employees to access. It's not easy for business to operate from there, but they've made that particular choice, and I think now, if they do rebuild, a lot of them are choosing to rebuild elsewhere, which means transport costs will go up, but will they build to the same extent? A lot of people are choosing to mitigate that risk because it doesn't make sense for them to take it based on the level of support. And I think also part of why you invest is the Japanese have a very nice way of doing things. When they come into an area, what they want to see is some kind of indication from community, that community values that investment, that you want it there to be part of the fabric of your society and of your city. And I think every business has that in effect. They say, here, I bring my all. I'm putting my all into this space, into this business. I'm buying my home here. This is where I'm invested. This is what I'm supporting. This is where I choose to be. Does that reciprocity exist? Do people feel that they would like to have me here? And I think in the absence of that, it's hard for people to make that investment decision.
Thank you for that. Lastly from me, so you have for the business side, the impact, but do you have the figures in terms of the new unemployment created by this impact and the impact then on the families? Do you have that to make that kind of assessment?
We haven't yet. We haven't, because there's still some businesses, the ones that were totally destroyed, where nobody's working, and we're not quite sure to what extent they'll rebuild. I mean, the Edendale Mall is a massive employer, and it doesn't sound like they're going to build very much of the mall back again. But it's still unclear what will be built back again. So I think until we have that, there's also been a steel shortage, which has stopped some of that build from happening immediately. And it's a long process. I mean, you rebuild a mall, it's years. It's not going to be done, tomorrow. Some of those that we are aware that have got up and working, they've got particular divisions they've reinstated and left some of the stuff as a mitigation.
Thank you. Our concern is, many people's concern, of course, is that sometimes there's an overemphasis on the employer and not on the employee, because the employee suffers not only once, not only twice, but because that employee supports a number of people. Is that your experience, or is it different?
No, absolutely. I mean, I think there's an estimate there's as many as 10 people are affected when one person loses their job. And I mean, that's a reality. Just see the poverty, the immense poverty in our communities. And I think that was one of the hardest things watching this unfold, because you knew that this was short-term gain for long-term suffering. I think that was the hardest thing. Your heart just goes out to say, it just brought that stage. Forgive people, Lord, for they don't know what they're doing. Because at the end of the day, the suffering, the long-term suffering is going to be so much worse, and you're powerless to stop it. It's like watching a freight train driving straight at you. The impact is devastating on our community, and it will be for a very long time. And unless we can somehow stand together and find a message that gives the kind of confidence that attracts investment back into the space, how do you fix that?
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vanessa, for your evidence. We really appreciate it. Thank you for coming and for cooperating with the Commission. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Also with your endeavors in the business chamber.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So you're excused. Okay, so we'll take the tea break now very quickly because our next witness is at 12 o'clock, Ms. Palesa Fele, from the CEO from the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much. We adjourn. Maybe the evidence team, or good afternoon already, can just introduce their witnesses and then we can swear them in.
Yes, apologies, Chair, sorry. Thank you very much, Chair. We are ready to begin. We do have the CEO of the Chamber and her colleague. I would request them to introduce themselves as they are already seated at the witness stand.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Palesa Pili. I am the CEO of the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Yolan Nagur from the Durban Chamber, Manager for Policy and Advocacy.
Good. Are both of you going to give evidence, or only the CEO?
I will be doing most of the talking. However, Yolan is here to give me the necessary support in case I do forget important factors.
Okay, thank you very much. So then I'll swear both of you in. First of all, Ms. Palesa Pili, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Yes, I'm willing to take the oath.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. And then Mr. Nagur, is that correct? Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm willing to take the oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Just by way of introduction, my name is Andre Gaum. I'm one of the commissioners of the Human Rights Commission and the chair of this particular hearing panel into the unrest in July in KZN as well as Gauteng. I'm joined by Commissioner Belile Ntuli on my left, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. They're also commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. Our evidence leaders that will lead your evidence is Mr. Boang Jones on the left, our provincial manager in Gauteng, and Advocate Lloyd Lotz on your right, our provincial manager in KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, I suppose, Advocate Lotz.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon again to Ms. Palesa Pili and Mr. Nagur. I guess, just so that we are clear as well, I think, Ms. Pili, you did say that you would be taking most of the questions, and of course, where necessary, Mr. Nagur will be assisting you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could kindly, I think perhaps just for the record as well, and so that I'm also clear, I do understand that you are the CEO of the chamber.
Yes, correct. I am the CEO of the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Okay. And for the record as well, maybe just so that we get this out the way, Mr. Nagur, your portfolio designation?
I'm the Manager for Policy and Advocacy at the Durban Chamber.
Okay, policy and advocacy.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you're fine if we just make reference to Because the chamber has a very long name. We just refer to it as the chamber. I guess we will not get confused because we know that you belong to the Durban one. Is that fine?
That's fine.
Yes, Ms. Peely, as the CEO, how long have you been in that portfolio as the CEO?
I've been the CEO since May 2018.
Okay. And the chamber, it's based in
It
In
is it is based in Durban. We are based inside the Durban Country Club here in Durban.
okay. And your jurisdiction as the chamber, it covers just Durban only?
So we represent businesses in Durban. We've got members across the province, and we also have members at a national level. We also have members outside of the country. So even if we're called the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our jurisdiction is wider than the name of the Durban Chamber because of the membership that we represent.
Okay. So the jurisdiction, just for my understanding and for the panel, your jurisdiction is based on the location of your membership, basically? Or how is it framed, just so that we are clear?
So how it is framed is, of course, being the fact that we're in Durban, majority of the members of the Durban Chamber are based in Durban. Like I said, however, our members, some of them are outside of Durban, which is throughout the province, as well as some of the members are outside of our province, which is throughout the whole country. And we do have also members outside of the country.
Okay. And how are you incorporated? Are you a non-profit corporation, or what's the sort of the legal status of the chamber?
So we are a non-profit company. We were founded in 1856. However, about 4 years ago, we used to be a non-profit. 4 years ago, we registered as a non-profit company.
Okay, just so that I'm clear, were you saying, because I think I missed it there, prior to being a non-profit, you were a profit?
We were we're an NPO.
Oh,
So now
NPO.
we're an NPC.
All right, that I understand that. So you were an NPO, and then now you a non-profit company.
Yes.
In terms of your membership, could you just enumerate to us the numbers of the number in as far as your membership? How many members do you have?
So the Durban Chamber of Commerce, we've got around 3,000 members as an organization. And those members, those are formal. So we've got two types of members. The first members is we've got 3,000 formal businesses, which constitute of corporates, medium businesses, as well as small, micro, medium enterprises. We also, as a chamber, represent 54,000 informal businesses in and around our city of eThekwini.
Okay, and in as far as the formal businesses, as you've mentioned, those are largely corporates and SMMEs.
And medium businesses as well.
And medium.
Yes.
And of course, you've also mentioned that you've got 54,000 informal businesses.
Yes, correct.
Okay, could you just enlighten the panel in terms of the makeup of your informal businesses?
So it constitutes representatives of different groupings. For example, we've got spaza shops that are represented within that 54,000. We have got a Stockfell Association. Yolan, can you just maybe remind me the other detailed groupings of the informal members that I haven't mentioned?
So some of them, as the CEO mentioned, and going forward, it's also funeral parlors, spaza shops, as mentioned, smaller tuck shops, and yeah, that's basically the broader spectrum of it. And then salons, hairdressing salons, in the main, those are your main service providers, yeah.
Okay, and I'm particularly interested in terms of how does one become a member? Perhaps maybe if you could also differentiate or distinguish, if there is a distinction
Yes,
at all between the formal and the informal.
yes, there is. So the formal businesses, they pay a fee, an annual fee, depending on the type of business that they run, to become members of the Durban Chamber. However, for the formal members, for the informal members, they are not paying any fees. As the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, about 2.5 years ago, we took a decision that it's very important that we ensure that the informal sector is catered for, and it's brought closer to the formal sector to really assist in the process of formalizing the informal sector, and also most importantly to make sure that we bring possible opportunities that the informal sector members would not have known about, but the formal sector members would know about. For example, I mean, right now it is the Intra-Africa Trade Week. We have invited some of our informal members to come and meet with the business delegations from some other countries to try and realize and see if there's some opportunities that they can find for themselves so that they can assist them in growing their businesses much further, as well as diversifying their businesses for further opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that. I see a clear distinction from what you've just said in as far as formal and informal, in as far as membership is concerned. You said there's no fees for the informal members.
Correct.
And the fee or annual fee for the formal membership is dependent on size of the business? Is that what you said?
How we've actually structured it is according to packages that will be relevant to the different businesses. For example, in typical, most of the corporates, members would be wanting us to do more advocacy type work for them, for any industry-specific issues that they may have. And then you would then have maybe an SMME. So that is the highest package, where it includes the advocacy side, where Yolan and his team, run with advocacy. And then, then you would have another package where you'd find maybe an SMME saying, look, I just want a networking platform for myself in terms of identifying different opportunities. So then we have a different package that then can be recommended to that particular SMME.
And perhaps it will be interesting also to just learn about a little bit more about the advocacy aspect of the package. Is it possible to perhaps just give us a little bit more information around that?
Yes, sure. So the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we represent only the interest of the business community. So anything that affects the business community, we will be in the forefront to advocate on those matters. So Yolan and his team, whenever there is a policy that is going to be introduced that will affect the business community, what Yolan and his team does is, through our members, we get the necessary input, and then we're able to do the necessary formal submissions for those particular members on behalf of the business community of Durban. And then secondly, in terms of advocacy, I mean, another example that we are here today is we all know what happened with the riots. We were at the forefront to advocate certain, various measures that we felt would have assisted in that particular case. And also from an advocacy point of view, we've also been doing quite a lot when it came to COVID-19 in terms of the regulations of identifying, the different industries that can be put into the different levels. So we did quite a lot of advocacy on that. When there was a problem with the ports, initially in 2018, we advocated really hard, and we also brought the issue in front of the president of the country, President Ramaphosa, of the challenges that the ports were faced with, and we had an engagement with him where the businesses were there frank and honest to share what the issues were at the ports. And based on that, then there's a lot of activity and actions that have since been taken. So that's in essence the kind of things that we do when we say we advocate on matters that pertain the business community.
Okay. No, thank you for that. I think we will definitely come back to the issue that you raised of the riots and also your engagement with government, and we'll unpack that shortly. I'm just also interested to know, does the chamber does it have a board?
Yes, we do. We've got 2 levels. We've got a board, and then we also have got a council. The board members are mostly non-executive members. Currently, we are led by the board president, which is Mr. Nigel Ward, who is also a member of the Durban Chamber. His full-time job, he works at Toyota South Africa. His day job is he's the executive vice president of manufacturing at Toyota. However, he represents, through Toyota, leading, the business community in terms of, the advocacy and policy and, representing the different things that are there. So majority of the members of the board are non-executive members. However, they're all members of the Durban Chamber. So most of our board members, all of our board members are voted in by members of the Durban Chamber to get into the board, and likewise the president is also voted in by members of the Durban Chamber. And then we also have a council which constitutes of 21 different forums that Yolen represents with his team. And those council members, again, are also voted in by members of the Durban Chamber as chairpersons of each of those forums to represent different industries that they would be representing on behalf of the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So the council, although it is not a direct reporting structure from an operational level, it is part of the senior leadership of the Durban Chamber. But I report directly to the board of the Durban Chamber, led currently by Mr. Nigel Ward.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm also particularly interested in the council. You say there's 21 different forums.
Yes.
That represent different sectors.
Different industries. Yes.
Or industries.
Yes. So such industries such as travel and tourism. We've got a chairperson. Youth in business, women in business, agriculture, SMME, ICT. Yolen, if you can assist me with the other ones that I haven't mentioned.
So it's agriculture, trade and investment, and then it's also regionally focused. So we have a western area, a central area, a southern area, and a northern area business forum, which particularly focuses on issues and topics relevant to that business node. And we have a Durban Port Committee as well, which is very close to the port operations and discusses a lot of issues and developments taking place in the Durban port.
Okay, and then perhaps lastly on the council, because I think you raised it, and it's quite interesting to learn of how you sort of have different, a wide range of sectors that are represented. You said something about, is it location dependent, or there's certain nodes? So is it, maybe just unpack that a bit?
Sure. So so the northern area, which is Umhlanga, and then the western area is your Upper Highway, Pinetown, And then the council is the advisory body of the Durban Chamber, and then each chairperson of that particular forum then has a seat on council, and thereafter that's how the advisory structure is set.
All right, so the advisory, and I apologize for dwelling on this, because I think as you explain, I think issues do come up, and I think it's also important so that the panel is quite clear on how you're structured, but also how you operate. So when you say advisory body, is that the council basically generally provides advice?
Yeah, it's made of the chairpersons of those respective forums.
Okay. And when you say advisory, should we understand it as, chairpersons, different forums, being fed a lot of information, etc., and that forum, example, you mentioned that there's women and business, there's ICT, agriculture, etc. So if we took a particular forum, would that forum through its chairperson then advise the chamber? Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes, so a lot of the positions and the papers and the challenges are then obviously discussed within that particular structure. Thereafter, I work closely with the chairperson, and thereafter we take our respective positions on those matters. So, for example, we just released the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, the draft submission. We do that in consultation with members and, if necessary, with the respective structures, and then we make our position on that.
Okay. Any comment on demographic? And I'm hesitant to get into greater detail there, because I think you somewhat indicated that you've got the formal businesses, and then you've got the informal, which then cuts across various sectors. You mentioned funeral parlors, you mentioned, hair salons and Stokvels. Perhaps maybe we should get into that. And if you don't have that information fully now, perhaps we could request you to provide it. What would you say about the demographic of the chamber,
Yeah.
broadly?
Well, we majority of our members are African blacks. In essence, if that's the response that you're looking for. So I mean, in the informal sector, that is the majority. Even on the formal side, when you look at the bigger number, corporates, there are not that many. Medium businesses as well, they're there quite a lot. But we've got a big number as well of, the demographic of the African blacks at the Durban Chamber.
Okay. So it's safe to say that the majority of the membership is Black African.
Correct.
Okay. Now, one can then also, given that you are structured in the manner that you've explained, in as far as the chamber and its relationship with its members, is there anything to highlight perhaps in respect of code of conduct, ethical obligations? Do you have any policy, or anything that could that actually guides, assists, apart from just the advisory perspective, etc.? Is there anything to say about that?
Yes, we do have a code of conduct for our members. Maybe, Yolen, you probably would be able maybe to just highlight a few key areas, but we do have a code of conduct that we do get our members to sign when they join to become members of the Durban Chamber.
Yeah, sure. So part of it, whilst we understand the organizations or respective businesses do have their internal policies and procedures, but we also encourage members to be to assign to our code of conduct, which is obviously accountability, transparency, respect, and obviously ethical business practices. I think those are the fundamentals of running a successful operation, and we obviously from time to time do ensure that they are in line with that. To take you back in 2017, we launched a business code of ethics, which is also part of something that we encourage members to sign up to. So encourage like environmentally sustainable practices, accountability, coming back to transparency, and that's a living document within the Durban Chamber.
Okay. And you call that that which you launched in 2017 a code of ethics?
Durban Business Code of Ethics.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Pili, I think in giving an answer to one of the questions you mentioned as an example, the recent riots of July, and perhaps just to also indicate to you that part of the national hearing for the unrest of July 2017 is to really understand the causes of the unrest, amongst others, including, of course, also understanding the impact, that the unrest has had. We are also interested in understanding the socio-economic issues, etc. But I just want to perhaps maybe take you and focus you on July. What was your assessment? Did you conduct any assessment? Did you look at any impact? What was your impression really as a chamber in as far as the July unrest?
I think the July unrest, brought out, the biggest fears that, most of our members were feeling in terms of the ability of law enforcement to deal with crime in our country, which it's something that was, commonly raised, especially looking at, so many different issues across the board that affect, our country. But, the key thing is it brought out the reality that, as much as we've got the best constitution across the world, the key thing is we cannot protect, we failed to protect businesses, we failed to protect communities that were vulnerable from suffering, the suffering that July brought, which is still even happening today, and we failed to protect the devastation that we're seeing today. But also, at the same time, I'm not going to be only pointing the finger to the, law enforcement, but also we came to a realization when, we looked back that as a province, I'll speak to as a province and not necessarily as a country, we found that, the private security and law enforcement, there was no collaboration, no working together. Of course, the magnitude of this particular incidents that took place was not expected. So from a manpower on the ground to the equipment that could have prevented this unfortunate incident to actually have taken place, that we were taken, we were almost crippled. I mean, the economy of our city and our province is in serious strains right now. Currently, when you look at, a lot of businesses that were attacked. And the unfortunate part is when, the team and I, also working with our city, when we're doing different assessments, we found that, the biggest impact of these attacks in July was on the SMMEs, which is a very sad and an unfortunate situation where, even SMMEs in the townships, their businesses were destroyed. Very, very painful is that majority of them don't have insurance. And I mean, we've been going around as a chamber working with different organizations trying to raise funds to help, those business people who, most of them, it was their life savings, others went to get loans to start their businesses, were destroyed by, their own communities, which was absolutely very, very painful. So looking back and really understanding as well, looking at this whole situation, the impact of having high unemployment, especially in our communities, and not really having special focus and attention and special programs to ensure that we alleviate the high levels of poverty and inequality in our society became the reality. Because, the events themselves, we all know, what we saw. But there's a lot of socio-economic issues that need to be addressed, and a lot of deliberate programs that need to be, taken, especially to our people, to try and help them to be able to see how they can start generating their own incomes, and not necessarily say, especially the young people, not necessarily say they're looking for jobs, but to encourage them to start looking at entrepreneurship, for example, as a way to get them to generate livelihoods for themselves.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Pili. I know you said a mouthful, and I just want to take you back a little bit, if you don't mind. You said something about the assessments that were conducted. Who conducted those assessments?
So it was Yolin. So Yolin can share a little bit more. So it was Yolin that did, it was surveys, actually, not assessments. So Yolin did a couple of surveys. And then there's another one that I think he did with the city.
Yeah, so our core impact assessment that assessed the socioeconomic impact was done in partnership with the eThekwini municipality through the Durban Edge program, and those results are available, obviously, and it has been publicized.
Okay, and you can provide the
Yes.
commission with the hearing with that information.
Yeah, we can share the presentation. It is publicly available as well.
All right, so if I understand well, that assessment that you're speaking of right now, it's an assessment that was done by the chamber together with or in partnership with eThekwini municipality?
It was done in partnership with the eThekwini municipality. The reason being is that we are on the ground and we have access to the members to gain the insight and the data needed to assess the impact.
Okay, and does that assessment, go into some detail with regards to the extent and geographical impact as well within the jurisdiction of eThekwini?
Yes, to some extent, it does. If you go deeper into it, you would be able to sort of gain some insight into that.
Okay, and Ms. Pili, you also said something about the fact that there was a failure to protect business and communities, and that what the July unrest brought out really was the biggest fear on law enforcement, or in how law enforcement failed. I'm not sure if I got that correct. Is that the impression that the chamber has about what really unfolded in July?
Remember, the Durban Chamber, we're the mouthpiece of the business community. So what we communicate out there is not Palisa's own or Yolin's own view of how things are, but it's in essence what our members tell us in terms of what they see. So in general, with the amount of crime that is going on, I mean, I don't need to go into it. Before the July, the business community was very worried with the the crime that was going on. I mean, if you look here in our city, I think just before July or after, I just don't remember, But almost on a weekly basis, there were, bank robberies, there were, so many other things, attacks on shops. And so there was just too many things that were specifically attacks, it's like there were attacks on businesses where we all know, what has been happening. So, of course, before July, in general, the business community has been very worried and concerned about, the ability of our law enforcement to manage the crime. I mean, if you go into our CBD, drugs are sold freely and, nobody gets arrested. We've got an issue of illegal immigration. We've got human trafficking houses, across, our city, Morningside. These are the kind of comments and frustrations that, the business communities operating in these specific areas come and share with us as a Durban Chamber. So when I'm talking about crime, I'm talking about those kind of issues and challenges that were there, and nothing is being done about it.
Okay. Now, thank you for clarifying the fact that it's not the chamber, but you're the sort of the mouthpiece of your members.
Yes, correct.
So when we say chamber, we are also referring to your membership.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And the so-called, what you call the failure of law enforcement, if I heard you correctly, or the lack thereof in as far as the protection of businesses. Was that something that was being communicated to you? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
Because you made mention of the build up to July, but in particular to July, do you have any record of such information coming to you, by your members, and what sort of information was being communicated about that so-called failure on law enforcement to protect businesses, to protect communities?
It was coming on a daily basis. I mean, here in eThekwini, we've got issues with they're termed the construction mafia, where we've got business forums that come and stop projects from, going ahead, which costs serious amount of, money to the businesses themselves. So much that we've had businesses coming and saying, we would like to come and invest here in this city, beautiful province, but the frustrations of knowing that when we come here, business forum issues and, so many other crime issues, how do we address that? We've had various engagements on these particular matters with both the administrative side of the city of eThekwini as well as the province. So when I'm talking administrative, I'm talking about law enforcement. So we've had various engagements already with the business forums and the crime issues with the even the current commissioner of the current provincial commissioner, Commissioner Mkwanazi. We've had various engagements with them in terms of what do we do with some of these threats that are coming to the businesses. We've also had various engagements with the Metro Police, the Metro Police head, Mr. Steve Middleton. We've also had these similar engagements with our Mayor Kaunda, our Premier, the various MECs, even including, the current MEC for Safety and Liaison, MEC for Economic Development. So, the issues that have been happening around crime is not something that we kept to ourselves. We have had various engagements and looked at various models in terms of what is it that we can do. So much that even the issue of business forums, there was a proposal that was sent through to our Premier. I think it was a year and a half or 2 years ago. But that was more pertaining to the issue of the business forums, which was taken to the provincial cabinet, and I think that was approved. But the challenge of it getting executed was really the funding of trying to be proactive when it comes to the attacks on businesses by business forums.
Okay, maybe just to, thank you for that. Maybe if I can just come back and maybe focus on July, because if I'm understanding what you're saying now, you're also raising the issue of the business forums and the other, challenges of crime prior to the unrest.
Yeah.
However, when you mention the business forums, are you linking it to the July unrest, or is it something, or are you making reference to the business forum challenges?
No, I'm not
Outside.
linking. No,
You're
I'm
not
not
linking it,
linking
right?
it to the July unrest. I'm just simply mentioning when you're talking about crime and challenges that the business community was faced with, the issue of business forums and intimidation, has always been a thorn. So much that right now there are so many different business forums that are mushrooming across our province and our city, now with different names and different approaches in terms of now how do they go and intimidate businesses and demand certain monies to be paid to them for protection.
All right. And with that example that you've given now, is there any sort of report submissions that you've made that you could share with the Commission?
What we can share is the report, maybe Yolan, if you can just note that, the report that was given to the Premier that was also, I think, approved by the Provincial Cabinet. We will be more than happy to share that specific report. However, what is happening right now is after the engagements with our Provincial Commissioner, he was able to dedicate a team of detectives that are focused on this issue of business forums. So basically, when a business forum, when somebody goes and attacks a business, of course, then they would give myself a call, or there's another colleague called Andre a call, and then we would know then how to activate this particular matter. We've got WhatsApp chat groups with this particular law enforcement agencies to make sure that the issue is escalated, and as a matter of urgency, law enforcement goes to these sites to stop the intimidation of businesses.
Okay, and maybe just to put my question differently so that we can move away from this. The engagement with the Provincial Commissioner of Police in relation to business forums, is that linked to the July unrest or not?
No, it's not.
All right, so that was an example of some engagements that you are having with SAPS
Yeah, so
in relation to crime generally.
yeah, so
And-
we generally have.
Sorry,
I mean,
maybe just allow me
okay,
to finish,
please continue.
please. And it's not linked specifically to the July unrest, correct?
Correct. So these
However-
were before.
Oh, these were before, yes.
Yeah.
And I understand it. Thank you for clarifying. So it is before. But
Yeah.
I really want us to zoom into July 2021. Yes, you may make some examples that may assist us to sort of put the entire puzzle together. However, because you mentioned the concern of members in relation to the lack of protection of business and communities generally, in as far as the July unrest is concerned, was there any interaction with SAPS by the chamber in relation to, because you even mentioned that there were various concerns being raised on a daily. We also understand that it was an unprecedented type of event. So I can imagine that you may have been receiving numerous communication, etc. But I'm interested, or we are interested to find out, specifically in relation to the unrest, did the chamber or any of its members, if you're aware, specifically attempt to have any engagements with law enforcement?
So I'm going to start from when things started, which started off as blockades of the roads, which was, we woke up to that on a Friday morning. I personally started to engage with the head of Metro Police.
Okay, and if you could just give the date, because Friday morning we may not know.
When, can you just
Which
check
date
the-
is that?
The date of, when was our former president arrested again?
Check it up.
So our former president was arrested on a Wednesday, and then on Friday, I just,
Are you referring to the, I don't have the calendar for July, just July 12th, the weekend, the Friday before, July.
Was it the 16th?
Friday, is it Friday the 16th?
Was it before that? Because I think
No.
evidence has been laid.
15th. It was the 15th.
It was the 15th, the Friday of the 15th?
Friday was the 16th, July this
The
year.
16th.
Yeah, yeah.
So Friday the 16th.
Yeah, so Friday the 16th of July, we woke up to, various roads being blocked around, it was really more in and around the city of eThekwini. So I was engaging, I remember the full day, I was engaging with the head of Metro Police, because what would happen is that I would have various members calling and asking, for, clearance, and now this is happening, now all these, funny things were happening. So we had interactions with the Metro Police, which really acted very swiftly in most of those particular issues. And I didn't start engaging SAPS up until Friday evening, when the trucks started getting burned. So that's when I personally started engaging SAPS, and to be more specific, our provincial commissioner. And on
And this is, and this is now Friday
evening,
evening.
yes,
There was an engagement now with the provincial commissioner.
yes, around
Of
the burning of the
SAPS.
trucks, yes.
And when you say the burning of the trucks, can we just be more specific and accurate?
So there was burning of the trucks at Moy River, to be more specific. And of course, that caused a lot of, so there was no movement of trucks that was going to be, that was taking place from, that Friday evening. And I'm sure, as you can imagine, some of the big corporates that we represent, I mean, some of them on a daily basis, they send about 200 trucks to leave our city, to leave our province. So, of course, those trucks couldn't leave the province now, because now there's this big issue. So our main, concern was to make sure that, the N3 there by Mo River is cleared. And that's when the discussions started, happening with SAPS, because now it was outside of the jurisdiction of eThekwini. Now it's, SAPS at a provincial level. So that's when the engagement started.
Okay. We do note, and as reported, or as evidence was laid in this hearing, between Monday and this morning, that the riots, began prior to the 16th of July. And of course, then the question would be, and I'll come back to the issue of the roadblocks, etc. From what you've just said now, was there any interaction with SAPS prior to the 16th, or was it only from the 16th, in as far as you recall?
And as far as I recall, it was only from, the 16th. Like I said to you, riots happen all the time. And sometimes they don't have a direct threat on the business community. However, when the N3 is closed, that is a direct threat on the productivity of most of the members of the Durban Chamber. And those kind of threats are the threats that we have to make sure that we take upon and represent our members in those specific areas.
Okay. And then at that interaction or engagement with SAPS, what was discussed, and what was the outcome of that engagement?
When I recall, the provincial commissioner said to me they are working on that particular issue. And it was late in Friday evening, and I think I fell asleep. Unfortunately, in the morning, it is Saturday now, it's now Saturday the 17th in the morning, then when the actual serious looting started of those specific businesses, I tried to get hold of him. I was not able to get hold of him, I think, during the mornings, maybe given the fact that the lootings had started. However, I was able to get hold of him in the afternoon of Saturday the 17th. Oh no, so let me take a step back. So when I was not able to get hold of him, I then contacted the MEC for safety, MEC Nkonyeni, to say what is happening. Now that, it was the trucks yesterday. Now, first of all, there was no movement happening anymore of the trucks. And now companies that have got production facilities here that are members of the chamber, we're starting to now say we're going to make decisions now to stop, factories and production, because we can't produce, they don't have warehouses. So when they produce, they need to send out the goods out with the trucks. So the N3 was still a big problem, and now when we started with the looting, so I chatted with her about that, and then I think she said that she will ensure that the commissioner does call me back. In the afternoon, towards late evening, I had a conversation with the commissioner. He did call me, and when he phoned, he was very honest and said, the situation is out of control. You can imagine how it was happening then. I had most of my members that have got retail shops across these malls that they had started to loot. Most of those members were now frantic that actually the reality is starting to happen and hit home now, where their shops were being destroyed. And he said to me, the only way that this situation can be controlled would be if our province is declared state of emergency. And I said, thank you very much, Commissioner. From the Durban Chamber point of view, we're also going to start putting pressure as well to get our province to be declared a state of emergency, because his view was, if we close up everything before there's more destruction, then it will help save us. Unfortunately, that did not happen.
Okay, and just to be clear, this
Just for clarity purposes, are we having the dates right here? Because didn't the looting already start the previous week?
The looting.
Are we not, because we're now on the 17th, and is that right?
When
Shouldn't
was
it be
that
the 10th maybe?
Yes, I think
that
it's
we're
maybe
talking about?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
so we're a week
correction.
too late now.
Yes,
it
so
appears.
I think, apologies.
So your dates of the 16th and so on, we should amend that to 9 and 10. it
Yes,
seems.
take them
Okay.
a week back.
Thank you, my good man.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair, for highlighting that, because I think I was getting to try and understand the date issue. So when we speak of because we made mention of the 16th, right? Which is Friday the 16th, so that is actually should be
The previous Friday, which is
The
Friday the 9th, yes.
the 9th,
Yeah.
okay? Which is 9 July. And then the reference to the discussion with both the MEC and the MEC Nkonyeni and the PC of SAPS in the province would then be the following day, which is the 10th.
So the Friday
So Friday is the 9th.
the 9th, it was the PC. And then on the 10th, it was both MEC and PC.
All right, so Friday the 9th, PC. But then you said Friday the 9th, you couldn't get through to him.
No, so it was in the morning of Saturday,
Okay, which is now the 10th.
yes.
Okay. And that is why earlier I was actually trying to say that evidence was led at this particular hearing to say that some of the impact upon members of the community in particular started being felt from around the following Monday now, which
Yes.
was now the 12th, basically.
Yes. I think when I started the evidence, I said following the following the Wednesday, which was the arrest of the former president. So the Friday that I was talking about was exactly that one.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, maybe then as a way of also understanding, the discussion with the PC that you explained was a telephonic discussion,
Telephonic, yes.
and this is now the Saturday,
Yes.
which is the 10th
Yes, in the afternoon.
in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, approximately what time?
Hey, I was getting so many calls.
Okay, it's difficult to say,
Yeah.
but it was after lunch,
Yeah, it was in the afternoon.
afternoon.
That's what I remember. Because I think I spoke to the MEC in the morning, and then in the afternoon, then I was able to talk to the PC.
All right, and then how did that call end? Because I think you said that the PC indicated that the only way that this particular issue can be, or the situation could be restored, is if there was a declaration of a state of emergency.
Yes, correct.
All right, so did the discussion end there in relation to the unrest?
No, so it didn't end there. You can just imagine I kept on calling him and the MEC, every other 2-3 hours. Now they're taking here, now they're going there.
Okay, so there were further calls
Yeah.
to both the MEC and the provincial commissioner,
Yes,
and you are giving them reports of information that you are receiving
yes, correct.
about
from my
various attacks.
Yes,
And of course, you would not have that information offhand as to it was approximately, or it was, in my estimation, these types of areas, or is that something that you could provide from a geographical perspective?
to be honest with you, it would mean that I need to go and get a report on my WhatsApp, groups, because we're not communicating on email. You can
Okay.
imagine we're in a state of emergency, so it was not
Understand.
email communication. It was telephonic, it was WhatsApps, so it was all over the place. It wasn't something that was structured where I can say, here's the report of, I said, go to this place now and do all these other things. So if you're asking for that kind of report, I wouldn't know. I don't have that.
Okay.
It was purely, on, when something happened now,
Yes.
then, we just had to.
Yes, thank you very much. But because you did conduct some sort of an assessment or survey,
Yeah.
does that survey assessment correlate, in your view, with the information that you're receiving and what came back from the survey assessment?
Sure. So part of whilst the CEO was communicating, we developed a tool, a resource tracker. Obviously, the data was evolving, and we plotted the hotspots as and when the information was coming in. But that data was evolving, so we were doing it in the week and as and when we were getting reports. So we tried to organize it, as the CEO mentioned, we were in a state of emergency, meaning that we were trying to react and service our members, but also coordinate that in an organized fashion.
Okay, so that we are also clear, the tool that you are making mention of now, is that tool part of the survey that subsequently was concluded that you have as a report?
No, it's not. So that tool there was specifically probably for that week. Part of it was also developing and connecting businesses or people to service stations as and when they opened. So it was more particularly used within that 2-week period, I would say.
Okay, so that tool was more of an information tool
Exactly, yeah.
in as far as the challenges, but also where certain services could be accessed.
100%.
Right, was this like an app or an online tool? What kind of tool?
So it was a map. So you get your Google Maps, and then from there we sort of plotted hotspots where you could look at it at a glance. And then you could also look at as and when businesses were opening, such as your service stations, and when things were settling down, which were the retailers where people could get food and things like that.
And that tool that you mentioned, is it still active?
It's still active, but obviously it's not used so much now because a lot of activity has resumed back to normal as such. But if we want to go back to some guide, it could be that.
Okay, lastly on that tool, if the commission was to, or the hearing was to glean that tool now, is it a tool that has now developed or evolved to such an extent that you may not be able to go back to see what the challenges were back then? Or is it possible to look at that tool now that we're on the 18th of November, but if you went back to, say, for example, the 12th of July, you could see what was going on then? Am I clear in terms of what I'm
Yeah,
asking?
sure.
Yeah.
So our intention was not to clear the tool as such. You can still go back and see which were the hotspots that we marked, and we relied solely on secondary data, what was available at our disposal at that time. So you can go back. We haven't cleaned the platform. Our intention is to obviously just keep that as something that we can go back to.
All right, and because we talked of assessments, impact, etc., would that tool then, if we gleaned it, would it be able to show us the type of impact, or perhaps maybe put differently?
Yeah,
Would that information be useful for us to see as to when the riots began? This is some of the sort of impact that it actually had on even people accessing basic services or being able to buy goods.
So I think we just need to, just to be clear, it's two separate. The survey, the impact assessment, is a separate study and assessment that we've done that was more to measure the post-unrest. The tool that we've developed was done whilst the unrest was going on. And yes, to an extent, you can go back to the tool. It can give you an idea of exactly where the hotspots were and sort of how activity started resuming. But like I'm saying, I would suggest focusing more on the socioeconomic impact assessment to get a good post-unrest feel of what really happened.
Okay, and of course, as you mentioned earlier, that can be made available to us.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, Ms. Pili, you said that, and I think we've corrected the dates here.
Yeah.
You reported that, or you indicated that there were some roadblocks or blockades
Yeah.
at a particular time
Yeah.
that were being erected within the city.
Yes.
Okay? And part of your engagement also with SAPS was specifically because of that.
No, so I was clear from the beginning. I said to you, the Friday, that whole Friday, I mean, I got a call from some other members, I would rather not mention, but big companies, at around 5 a.m., with those blockages. So since that time, on Friday morning, I was liaising with the head of Metro Police, Steve Middleton, to say, now there's a blockage here, please make sure that you go and resolve it. And as the day went on, the blockages continued. So my communication was with Metro Police throughout the day on Friday, because it was about blockages, right?
Okay.
However, when the truck issues happened in the evening of the Friday, that is when then I had my first communication with SAPS. And I think I mentioned earlier on the impact of closing the N3 and what it does to businesses here in the province.
Okay. And then lastly, on the interaction with, is it Mr. Middleton?
Yes.
Was it just the chamber or your members basically reporting where blockages were at? Were you getting feedback? Or it was just you giving information, basically?
No, Steve Middleton, he was very good. I think what's important for me is just to clarify that Metro Police, with everything that we reported to them, they tried their utmost best. And anytime we reported there's this happening, they would send people there and then give us feedback and even some pictures to say, we've sent people here, this is what we can do, this is what we can't do. What do we do?
Okay.
So they would definitely communicate back and say, yes, we've sent guys, and this is what the situation is and stuff, so that I would also be able to communicate back to my members. Remember, my members were contacting me directly to say, now there's this. And then the onus is on me to talk to the law enforcement to make them aware of the certain situation, and then I have to still go back to the members and say, this is the situation and this is what's happening.
Okay, and of course, one would appreciate the fact that things were happening fast.
Yeah.
You're getting calls left, right, and center.
Yeah.
So there wasn't any structure, so to speak, save for you relaying information, you're getting feedback on what's being done, right? And where perhaps there's a response to wherever there are blockages, etc.
So there was no proper structure. Like I said, it was either I sent the member a WhatsApp or I give them a call. I spoke to, Steve Middleton, and he said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And literally, if I would send something to Steve now, within 2 minutes, I would have a response to say, I'm sending guys, I'm doing this, I'm doing whatever, so that I can then be able then to communicate to, this different specific members that this is what's happening.
Okay. So it appears as though there was quite a good response and good support in as far as that is concerned.
With Metro Police, they tried their best.
It's on you, may continue. Maybe if we can, evidence leaders, just also specifically go to the discussions at some point between the CO and the MEC and the police commissioner, and what was said, what was done, etc. I leave it in
Sorry,
your
Chair,
hands.
I didn't hear what you were saying. I apologize. You were
No,
saying?
so maybe if this part is over, if we can go back specifically to the discussions on the 10th of July between the CO and the MEC and the Commissioner of Police, to understand what was being said there and what happened as a result of that.
Yes,
But I leave it in your hands. We're not yet
No,
there.
thank you, Chair. I think we already started to get a sense of what one of the telephonic discussions was about. I think between the Ms. Pili and, of course, the police commissioner. She even indicated that on the 10th, late afternoon, and I asked her what time it was, and she couldn't recall because there were numerous calls coming through. And the police commissioner did indicate that the situation could be restored if there was a declaration of a state of emergency. And I even asked as to how that conversation ended or that discussion ended. And as she was saying as well, there were numerous interactions, telephone calls, and there wasn't any structure. And perhaps my understanding, and you can correct me, Ms. Pili, if I'm wrong, is that in that particular, or during that time, because of what was going on and the reports you were getting from members, it was fast-paced, you were getting all of this information and you're passing it through.
Yeah.
And what you are taking us through just now, before we got cut off, was how you were receiving fantastic support
Yes.
from the Metro Police. But I guess we can go back to the discussion that you had with Ms. Nko, with the MEC. But before we get there, perhaps let's conclude that particular interaction that you were having with Metro Police. I think you were saying something about how they did their best and how you were receiving feedback.
Yeah.
Is there anything else to say about the different interactions? Because I guess it wasn't just a once-off call or discussion, but what was your impression, perhaps, in as far as the support, the interaction, feedback that you were getting from the Metro Police?
I think it was exceptional. And to be honest with you, I mean, yeah, I like I said to you, I don't think that some of the other places would have been saved if it wasn't for them, where they could just be there. There was 2 days, which I don't recall exactly which days it was, where they were on their own. There was no public order police, SAPS officials anyway. It was just Metro Police trying to manage this particular situation. So that's why I'm saying to you, they tried their best. And they were able to save a few businesses at the same time.
Okay. No, thank you for that. I think we are clear. And I think also, just for the purpose of the chairperson, what you are highlighting as well was the context of your engagement with them, that it was numerous engagements, and the way in which you're receiving calls, information, you are sharing that with the Metro Police, and then you are getting feedback.
Yes.
And you just also highlighted the impression that you got
Yes.
in as far as the assistance there that you received.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in as far as blockages are concerned, evidence was led in this hearing that in some parts, and complaints were also received by the South African Human Rights Commission, that there were some challenges in some of the barricades, or where roads were blocked, entrances to some suburbs and the like. As the chamber, did you receive any information relating to racial profiling, attacks that were targeted at certain racial groups, or any information that was specific to a particular roadblock or barricade, or generally barricades that perhaps you got reports on?
So I think, like I said before when I started, that we represent the interest of the business community. And I must be honest with you, during that time, I had no focus on, any issues that relate to racism or anything. The main focus that I had was to get assistance to stop what was happening in our province. And immediately when we saw things slowing down, the first priority was to try and make sure that the foodstuffs were restored into the retail shops. There's now petrol available, and people that need food hampers get the food hampers. So the issues of the racial profiling and all those things were things that I heard afterwards, and I heard in the news like everybody else, but not something that is really specific, coming to myself specifically as the CEO of the Durban Chamber. But maybe it's because of my priorities where they were in other areas.
No, thanks for it, because I think it was just so that we understand, and it was a direct question as to whether you received any or you're aware of any forms of whether it's racism or profiling, and you've answered that you did not.
Yes.
Your focus was mainly on restoring business operations, etc. However, you only heard of it after.
Yes.
Okay? So the chamber did not specifically have any such reports at the time.
I
Now-
didn't get any reports, and Yulan, I'm sure you also
No.
didn't.
I agree with the CEO. It was just to restore supply chain and ensure businesses can continue.
Okay. Because the chair raised this one, Ms. Pili, maybe we can just go back to it and then clarify that so that we understand, and then we can move on. There was that interaction you had with the MEC.
Yes.
You said you got through to the MEC on that Saturday, the 10th.
Yes.
Okay. Nature of the discussion, what was...
My call, so I just also want to be clear as well. My discussion with the MEC didn't stop there. I mean, I would phone the MEC at 12 midnight, at any other time of the night when I couldn't get hold of either the commissioner or anybody from SAPS to say what is happening. But that Saturday morning when I called the MEC, is I wanted to hear what is SAPS doing about the issue of the burning of the trucks and the blockading of the N3. And I think when I spoke to her then, I think she was on her way to the N3, if I recall properly. She was on her way to Moy River. I think that's what she had said to me. And I think I remember then afterwards, I think she did phone me back to say to me, the restoration is going to be happening, because as you can imagine, the criticality of the closure of the N3, that it was having the impact on my members. And of course, the other thing that I was saying to the MEC is I complained to her that I was not able to get through to the provincial commissioner then on Saturday in the morning.
Okay.
And then she did assure me that he'll come back to me, which he did.
Okay, which subsequently did occur.
Yes.
All right, and you did explain as to what that discussion was about.
Yes.
Now, as the chamber, I would imagine that you have lots of interactions with local government, the province, and perhaps even national. Could you maybe just indicate the type of support that the chamber and its members receives from the different spheres of government?
Are you talking specifically to the July incident, or are you talking in general?
Perhaps we can speak generally,
Okay.
and then maybe zoom into the support that you received specifically then on the July unrest.
Okay, so in general, we receive a lot of support, from both local government. I think even with our current, our previous mayor now, because elections have just happened, he always understood the plight of the business community. Hence, even the issue of the business forums, some of the areas where it was, especially within eThekwini, he would personally, get involved and get the matters resolved. So we're very happy with the general support that we're getting, even on some of the issues that we would highlight. And one of the key things that we always complain about is the crime and grime in our city. And the mayor is aware that every single time when he's with myself or even the president of the chamber in a meeting, we always highlight, that specific issue. And I think we were also quite encouraged by our mayor, our former mayor, with taking some of the advices that we would, give. For example, when it comes with the grime of the city, when we were looking at, the provincial roads like the
Provincial.
M19, M4 and the N3, you know, the response typically from the city officials would be, it's a provincial road. And what my team and I went back to check is that previously, you know, there was an MOU between the Department of Transport as well as the city of eThekwini for the city to clean up, you know, these particular roads because the province doesn't have the capability to do that. We were able to check that and advise our former mayor, and he took that advice. So in terms of the support in general, you know, we were comfortable with areas, we were getting the necessary support we needed with areas where we needed the intervention. And with the province, we do have regular engagements with most of the MECs and the Premier. And I mean, we've been getting quite a lot of support. I mean, with COVID-19, we got serious support from the then MEC of Etia, which MEC Nomusa Dube. Here together with the Premier, there's a lot of serious support that we got as a province from them in terms of the asks of, you know, assisting in advocating for certain policy regulations that affect the business community. Nationally, we know that, you know, from a national level, we write to, you know, any minister, we're able to get, you know, the necessary response that we do need from them. However, coming back to the July incidents, I think I've already said to you, we were calling, you know, I was calling personally the different leaders, you know, to get things. I think what really came out of it is, I think almost everybody was overwhelmed, you know, from a government point of view in terms of what needs to be done. And we also needed to understand, because some of the threats that came up were threats where, you know, in social media, there were a lot of, you know, voices and stuff that were sent through where there was threats on, you know, things like the water reservoirs, you know, the electricity power stations, some of the, you know, national key points, and the understanding that, you know, without water and, you know, electricity, then, you know, we will not be able to survive, you know, beyond that. So the main understanding that, you know, majority of the law enforcement agencies will be there at those national key point areas. And the expectation was really that the private security needed to guard private businesses.
Okay, so maybe back to the issue of July 2021 and your interaction with government. You gave examples of access to, you know, SAPs and some of the MECs and the different interactions that you are having. Is there any challenge that, as the chamber, or from your perspective as the chamber, in as far as the July unrest is concerned, where you perhaps would have, maybe put differently, was there specific support from government that was directed to the chamber and its members, if you're aware of any, in as far as the July unrest, apart from what you've enumerated as having access to MECs, the Premier, you know, Provincial Commissioner of Police, etc. But was there anything else that specifically came from government in as far as the July unrest is concerned, which went to your members? And I'm asking this because you specifically indicated that in as far as the chamber is concerned, there are informal traders, and then there are also SMMEs, medium businesses, and your large corporations.
When you're saying support, are you talking about the security support at that time or support post?
Well, I think the security aspect, I'd like to come back to it
Okay.
for a second. But was there any financial support? I think you also spoke something about food parcels. I'm not sure if that was members who are, you know, assisting with that. I think the question really is a direct one to say, the unrest was happening, we know that a lot was going on at the time. And perhaps even if it's post the unrest, was there any specific tangible, whether it's financial or otherwise, that came from government to the chamber?
To the chamber and, well, the members of the Durban Chamber. So we took a position that we will, try and mobilize our old members, especially those that were not that heavily affected, to try and assist with things like food parcels and things to be taken to the vulnerable community members. And I think earlier on I spoke about trying to also assist in raising funds for, the SMMEs who don't have insurance, whose businesses were destroyed. I do know that post, the unrest, there was a couple of, relief packages that were shared out there. We shared them with our members, but I haven't really. Maybe Yolen, you can help me if you've heard anybody coming back and saying they did receive, relief funding. But I haven't really. Look, I haven't really been very close to it because I do have other people in my office that work with that. But from my side, I haven't really received feedback from any of our members that actually say that they did receive the funding that was made available.
Yeah, we had a few inquiries about funding, what was available, but as to whether the funding was executed and actually materialized for those respective businesses, we haven't received formal communication from any of the respective institutions as such.
Okay. And none from your members as well, in as far as whether such relief funding
No.
was secured?
So our members, there's so much assistance that they put forward. I mean, when even SANDF, I mean, we heavily mobilized for SANDF members to come to the province. Our members, put, others offered, accommodation, food, others offered cars, vehicles, so that the SANDF members can be able to travel. Others offered fuel, petrol, for them to travel. And when it comes to the SMMEs that were affected, there was also a lot of members that did a lot of food parcels that went out, and we had a few partnerships, right, with some of our members that distributed some of those food parcels to go out to the vulnerable communities. That was done by the private sector. And also I mentioned earlier on that with the uninsured businesses, we really have been, mobilizing and asking members that can assist. We've sent them our lists. Some have been able to come back and assist a few of the uninsured businesses. Right now, we have a list that is left with probably about 12 or 14 businesses that still require assistance. We've gone to one of our national members already to make the request for them to possibly support them and give them grants, because we were made to believe that now the current government, one through solidarity, is not a grant, but it is a loan. So we were really looking for, proper grant, funding for the members.
Okay. No, thank you for that, Ms. Pili. Now, you mentioned the issue of security companies, that many of the members had to get the assistance of security companies to assist in as far as protection of businesses, etc. Do you have any members of your chamber that are security companies?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And of course, what is your impression in as far as some of the challenges or successes that came about when security companies had to step in, where there was, as you indicated earlier, a lack of support from the side of SAPS in terms of the protection of businesses and communities?
In some of the places, I mean, some of our members, with discussions, with them after post the unrest, was that, we know that at any given time, I mean, you go to the mall, there's 5 security officers. When 3,000 people come, what is 5 people going to be able to do without proper equipment to try and, get these people to go? So the challenges as well was for them as well, private security companies, some equipment availability. However, we do have some other members that then decided to get specialized security services flown into the province to assist in preventing attacks on their premises. And those ones were very, very successful. And I mean, in areas like here around the Mhlanga area, the security companies, guarded here, along with the Metro Police, your areas like, your pavilion and them, they were guarded heavily. But I think a very key thing that I need to just mention here is that, it became so unfortunate when it comes to security and private security companies, that when it comes to security from, especially most of the corporates, where, they had to scramble for money to ensure that they increase their security, which meant that now, their costs, overall costs go much higher because of what they saw and the damage of what this insurrection, took place. So, there's different aspects of the different roles that, different security companies did play. And I must say, over and above that, in some instances, we also had to use the media to try and assist in terms of ensuring that, the attacks on, certain specific companies don't go ahead. I prefer not to mention this particular company, but it's a huge corporate that had serious explosives, chemicals, that if the looters went in there, they were all going to die, as well as people around in that specific area. And what we had to do is we had to use the media. I had to call the councillor of that specific area to explain to the councillor that please go and make sure that you explain to your people that if they go into that place, they are all going to die, so will their families around and everybody around, because there's very dangerous chemicals here that will explode. So we had to come up with various other ways, to try and make sure that we prevent a more catastrophic attack on some of these businesses. And it's just very unfortunate that when people see a certain company and not realizing that what is inside that company, and think that they can go and loot, and not aware that it also will put not only their lives in danger, but the lives of everybody around that specific area.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that. And of course, part of the reason why I raised that particular question was due to the fact that even at this particular hearing, we did hear evidence of how security companies had to step in. However, there was also evidence of how some security companies were actually implicated in some of the wrongdoing. Are you aware of any of such, in as far as your members are concerned?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, South Africa, or perhaps maybe within the jurisdiction of eThekwini, but of course generally in terms of South Africa, we do know that we are faced with structural inequalities. Many people are excluded from the formal economy, etc. But I was quite pleased to hear that you also have the informal traders as part of your members. What some of the things that, apart from those that you've mentioned, you know, what else is the chamber doing in terms of trying to advise government or assist within various parts of the communities that, you know, some of your members are in as far as trying to address this issue of structural inequality, poverty, unemployment?
Yeah. Look, we wish we could do more because I think, as I said before, we're a non-profit company. So, which means, you know, for a lot of programs that, that we would like to do as a chamber, we, you know, they would require, you know, some funding for us to go and do more work out there. You know, for example, the Durban Chamber is a certified enterprise supply development implementer. So what that means is that, you know, for our corporate members that are looking for SMMEs that can come and supply them with goods directly, but need to go through certain coaching and mentorship, you know, processes. You know, sometimes it's just basic things like, you know, professionality, where, you know, if an SMME receives an email, you don't just ignore it from your supplier. You need to answer it, you know, respond to the emails, respond to phone calls, make sure that when you go to a meeting, you arrive on time. You know, those basic things that are very, very important when we do ESD, that we believe that can also go a long way in assisting, you know, our communities. You know, the other area that, you know, we always find, you know, frustrating, and I know that when I normally sit with my team and we talk about it, is, you know, our young people don't have, you know, a lot of innovative ideas in terms of, you know, coming up with, you know, this is now the business that I want to enter and this is what I will do. In general, you know, it's, you know, let me go and look for a tender, let me go and do this. There's very much less innovation, you know, in our country versus when you compare with other countries. And there's a lot of, you know, encouragement and education that needs to be done and given to, you know, to our young people to start thinking out of the box. When you get in, when you become a business person, it doesn't mean that, you know, doing tenders is the only way. We always try and encourage, you know, young people to look for opportunities beyond the public sector. I mean, private sector, there's a lot of opportunities, but there's serious competition. So when you go there, you need to go there, you know, and know that you're competing with a lot of companies. What is your edge? What is your value add that can help you make sure that you win this particular contract? The same goes to people with disability. I mean, as a chamber, I know that they've come to us and said they want to have their own forum within the 21 forums that we have. They want to have their own forum for people with disability. And I discouraged them. I said, yes, we've got youth in business, women in business, but if we have a chamber for people with disability, it is not going to help you because you'll be talking amongst yourselves. It's very important for you to go and be part of the other, you know, forums that are different, you know, so that you get to mingle with other business people. Because, by the way, before COVID, in our forums, we used to do things like business matchmaking to make sure that when people come into the forums of the Durban Chamber, you know, normally in typical style, people would go to an event. You go there, maybe you're by yourself or you're with your friend. So it's going to be just myself and my friend that will just talk, and then you don't go and talk to other people. So we enforce that. And we force them to actually be able to talk about their own specific businesses so that, you know, hopefully then they can actually be able to start doing businesses with each other. So those are the kind of, you know, high-level programs that we do drive. And I think when I was talking about the informal sector, when I said to you, you know, our informal sector is not exposed to a lot of opportunities. I mean, I was very pained right now, even with the Intra-Africa Trade Fair that we have, that we don't have, you know, a lot of people from the informal sector that are there. Look, we did share it with our members to say, come, you know, we encourage them. But I think, you know, more was needed to be done so that they come and see what other countries are doing. Look for opportunities for themselves, because some of these other countries are simply saying, look, we've got products, we need them distributed here. So we need a partner that can come and distribute these products and do this, that, and the other. So it's really about, I think we can do more with channeling our energies with the information and the opportunities we have as an organization. We would need more resources to ensure that we enforce this message of businesses, to make sure that they network with each other and really start doing business with each other, and getting the informal sector out of that sector, but show them other opportunities outside of the environment that they have.
No, thank you very much. I'm about to conclude, and I'm quite interested also to learn, because we all know that there was a human factor to this unrest, and the impact in people died, and there was unemployment. There's unemployment as a result, etc. Now, has the chamber done any sort of quantification or calculations in terms of the financial impact?
Yeah, so just going back, the socioeconomic impact assessment would give you an
Provide
idea.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it'll give you a better understanding of what really happened.
All right, and is that sort of financial impact, is it running in the hundreds of millions or billions?
I would definitely think in billions. I can't give you the exact figure offhand because it's broken down into different levels in terms of the amount of stock lost, how properties, the value of property that is damaged, and obviously the impact on business premises as a whole. So I'll encourage you to go in depth in that.
Okay.
It'll give you better insight. I don't want to just thumb suck a figure offhand at the
No,
moment.
thank you very much. And then was there any, perhaps you could indicate in the very same survey or elsewhere, is there also sort of a quantification of loss of life on business premises?
That study doesn't really focus a lot on that, given, like we mentioned, we will focus more on the impact on business, but not so much on the civil matters. Not saying that's not important, but just following our mandate.
Okay. So you're not saying it's not important?
No, yeah, what I'm trying to say, it is, whilst it's important,
okay.
the study hasn't outlined that specifically. So it's focused more on what businesses face from an economic perspective.
All right, so there's no data or such data basically
No.
from what we'll glean in that from
No.
that study. Lastly from my side, and thanks for your patience as well. Sorry, I've just lost my. Just a sec. Chairperson, I think I'm going to stop there because I think I was just double checking my notes, and I see that majority of the questions that I had have been traversed and answered to, and I'd like to check with my colleague if there's anything that he'd like to flag. If not, then I'll hand over to the chairperson and the panel.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lotz. Mr. Jones.
Mr.
Go
Jones is
ahead,
covered.
please. Are you fine?
I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's, if I can start, let me take you back to the 9th of July. As you mentioned, first of all of it started off, as you pointed out, with a blockage of roads. At this time, you were engaging the Metro Police, specifically Mr. Middleton, and you were quite happy with the assistance given at that point in time and later on. But you also started engaging the provincial commissioner of police that after that, when the matter of the trucks that could not move and so on came into the equation. As far as that engagement is concerned, what was that engagement about? I suppose you brought it under his attention and asked him to take certain action as far as that is concerned, and what was the response, and the action, was there action that followed pertaining to the truck issue?
I think, like I said earlier on, he did say, I think if I recall properly, the discussion was he's sending people, or people were there already, because it was on TV as well at the same time, I think. And he was going to come back to me. So, like I said earlier on, I didn't get that feedback. And on Saturday morning, when now the looting started, I could not get hold of him. That is when I gave the MEC for safety a call, and she did say to me that he will call me back.
Yes, so there wasn't any other discussion between you and the MEC apart from the matter of the police commissioner that you're looking for?
I also spoke to her about the blockage, because remember, my main issue was the blockage that is taking place in the N3, because I had members whose goods could not leave the province, which was a big problem. So I did say earlier on in my testimony that she did say to me she was on her way there to the Moy River to go and assess the situation, and she did come back to me that she did go there. I think she had gone there with MEC Ravi Pillay, if my memory serves me correct, which is what I think she said to me. And then she also said that she'll ensure that the provincial commissioner calls me back.
And that is the MEC for safety?
Yes, MEC Ngonyeni.
And the other MEC that she mentioned was with her, was the MEC for? Or is the MEC for?
For economic development.
Economic development,
Yes.
thank you. Then there was the discussion between you and the provincial police commissioner.
Yes.
Did the police commissioner, do I understand well that the police commissioner called you? Did the police commissioner call you?
Later on in the afternoon,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And then the police commissioner advised or said that what needs to happen is a state of emergency in the province.
Yes.
And what did you do then in terms of, did you make further calls with regard to members of government or the police commissioner again pertaining to that issue?
So what we did is, I think my president, I had too much on my plate at that point in time, and I think I shared it with the president of the Durban Chamber, and I think he called the premier. So I don't know the details of that conversation, that's why I didn't mention it. But what we also did at the same time is we started, from a media point of view, we went to the media, we sent out press releases calling for President Ramaphosa to declare our province state of emergency. So that's what I did practically with my team. And the president of the chamber then was dealing with the necessary other government officials. That's what I needed help with, because I couldn't do everything by myself.
I see. And did you then, the looting was now taking place and continuing, did you call anyone else pertaining to the looting issue after that discussion with the police commissioner?
I was calling everybody. I was calling everybody. I mean, like I said to you, the discussions didn't end on Saturday. Literally Sunday, I was calling everybody that I could call to try and assist. Still calling Metro Police, still calling, trying to get hold of then the police. Literally, I think the Sunday, all of their phones were off, the commissioners. So again, I couldn't get hold of them. So I went back again, to be calling the MEC and saying this is happening and that and that and that. And I think Sunday evening, myself and the CEO of Peter Maritzburg Chamber, Melanie Venice, was it Sunday evening? No, Monday evening. We called the National Minister of Police, Minister Begicele, to make him aware that the situation in the province is now getting out of hand. And we really need SANDF. And I think at that point in time, there was just one mall, I think there was about one mall that was not attacked in Pietermaritzburg. And we were really pleading to make sure that he expedites the deployment of SANDF. And he said to myself and Melanie that SNDF are on their way. And we waited and waited until maybe 2 or 3 days later for SNDF to arrive.
Okay. And so you made the call together, you and Melanie were...
Yeah, so we'd met him sometime before, so I had a conference call with Melanie. So I was talking to Melanie, then I said, you know what, the next move right now is we're calling Minister Begicele. So that's what we did.
Okay. You also testified that for 2 days, the Metro Police was on their own.
Yes.
So are you now referring to which days? Is it the 10th and the 11th, or the 11th and the 12th? Or
It was
do
the
you have an idea?
Sunday and the Monday.
And what do you mean they were on their own? Was there absolute no police at any of these burning points?
There were no way. And I mean, Metro Police themselves confirmed that there was no public order policing to me.
Yeah.
But this is what was shared with me.
And do you know why that is the case?
I
mean,
have
you
no
on the phone
idea
with the MEC,
because-
the police commissioner, everyone, but there's no police.
I have no idea because by then the commissioner and some of his other generals were then not answering their call. Their phones were off.
When was this?
It was Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, and if you say their phones were off, you were trying to get hold of them, and you couldn't.
Yes.
For Sunday and Monday.
Yeah.
And you were calling whom on these days
The
exactly? MEC for safety, and
Yeah.
the police commissioner, provincial police commissioner.
No. So I'm saying the provincial
Yes.
police commissioner, I could not get hold of him
Yeah,
for 2 days, and I could not get hold of his generals either
I
for
see.
2 days.
Okay, and that's the Sunday and the Monday we're talking
Yeah.
about. Okay, then I just want to come back to one or two other things that you mentioned. You also said that you called this councillor, ward councillor pertaining to this chemical company, if I can call it that, to say, please tell, I might have written down wrongly, but please tell your community or your people or something like that, if they go into that facility, they and all around them will die. Can you maybe tell us a bit more about that conversation? Because it almost appears as if you called the ward councillor because you were under the impression that, I don't know, he had contact with people, to put it that way, that were indeed involved in the looting.
Well, I mean,
Or is that the wrong impression?
no. Well, the expectation is that a ward councillor should have communication with the people in the ward that they reside in, and I think when I called the ward councillor, it was really to ensure that they do that communication. I don't know those people, and my expectation was that they know that specific ward councillor knows the residents, and they would be
I
able
see.
to give them the warning.
In that context, okay,
Yeah.
now I understand. In relation to the security companies, you indicated that they were lacking, I'm not sure, maybe you can clarify it. It seems that they were lacking human resources on the one hand, but also certain equipment. So there were not enough of them, for example, 5 people to deal with a situation where 300 people are coming to loot, that kind of situation. Then you said that they did fly in people and equipment that had some success. Can you just elaborate on that a bit?
Okay, so basically what I was saying is most of the attacked, malls and places, we know in general there's not that many security companies, security personnel. There'll be 5 or maybe 10. Now, the response that I received from my members that are security companies, they were saying, they had 5 people in place X in general, because that's what, they normally have in guarding, these particular places. And unfortunately what happened was that now there's 1,000 or so people coming against, 5, and they could not do anything. And they also did say that they didn't have the equipment. And it's not just the private security that didn't have the equipment. Also, SAPS and Metro Police didn't have the equipment to disperse the crowds.
Thank you very much. Then you used the word insurrection, which seemed to suggest that there was a degree of organization or whatever pertaining to this matter. Do you have any evidence that you can deliver to indicate why you're using this specific word?
Not really.
So, yeah, because Melanie Vanessa testified this morning, and she specifically also said that she think that this was organized and orchestrated. And some of the reasons she advanced for that is that apparently the same modus operandi was used, for example, at the different businesses where the looting actually took place, and so on. Do you want to agree or disagree that you think this has been organized or orchestrated? From also, basically in terms of the information you received from businesses.
Yeah. Look,
so.
for us, it really seemed like a well-coordinated attack on the business communities, because how do you mobilize so many people to be in one place at a certain time, and some of them are told that they just loot, and in other places there's arson of burning down buildings after looting. So our view is really that it was a well-coordinated attack on businesses. I don't have any evidence that I can say this is why we are saying that, but it is the general view of the business community.
Thank you very much. She also testified that she was told by some members of the police that they were actually told to stand down. You have any information of such nature in respect of Durban or not?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
But I've heard those comments, but I don't have any further information.
And she also referred to spray paint messages in spray paint that were found at some of these businesses. Were there also such instances in
Durban?
Durban?
Yes, they were. They were in a couple of malls, those spray paint messages that we saw as well.
Can you mention some of the malls or some of the businesses where that occurred, perhaps?
The mall in KwaMashu.
And do you recall some of the content of these messages?
The message there that was sprayed in the mall of KwaMashu was "Free Zuma."
Any other messages that you know of?
No, I didn't say any other.
I think that is for now all from my side. Other members of the panel, Commissioner Ntuli, Commissioner Nassau.
Thank you, Chairperson. CEO, in your assessment when you did that, did you take into consideration your 50-odd thousand small spaza shops, salons, funeral takers, and taverns that are part of it? Do you have an idea of how many have lost their businesses in those areas?
Yes, we do have a list that we consolidate, progressively putting together. So I can confirm that exact amount, but I'm not sure offhand. But it's quite a few, and a lot of them obviously are uninsured, and we're trying to obviously mobilize support for them.
But when you do a quantification of their losses, will you then also include it in the total billions that have been damage that have been occurred?
So that list that we specifically did is just to mobilize support. Yes, that assessment that we've done would also take into account, it's a broad perspective. So the sample size and the population that we would have used would have obviously covered that as well.
Then the second one is that in the process of protecting the businesses, obviously there were some employers or business owners that employed security guards, and there were others that could not employ security guards or security companies and had to defend it themselves, and in the process opened fire on the looters. Are any of your members, are you aware of any of your members that have had it was in that position?
No, I think majority of our members, I mean, we even have a WhatsApp chat group. Nobody reported that they used live ammunition on any of the looters. And maybe if I can just come back to you with the question you asked Yolen with the informal sector. So what we've done as well is we also called them, because I mean after the looting we had to call all of our members. We did give them a call, and then we had a long list of distractions. I can share with you the number that I have currently, which is not very long because we're able to cut off some of the other ones for assistance. But the number that I'm sitting with the final one, where we're still asking for assistance from our corporates, is about 3 million rand worth of damaged facilities. Where, and some of them, it was just astonishing. Where for example, one of them is a dentist. Sure. Why would somebody go to a dentist? And you can see this is Ngubani, Dr. Ngubani. It's it's an African person. So somebody goes into a dentist and they destroy things and they take their sinks and take equipment. What are they going to do with that? So it was just really painful. Others, the ones with hair salons, especially in the informal sector, they've taken their basins, they've taken their hair dryers, those kind of things in terms of the destruction. So that's some of the information that we received, from the informal sector. That was painful. If you can share some of the stories, Yolen, with what Domino shared with us with some of the ladies there in the informal sector in Umlazi.
Yeah, sure. So the Domino Foundation, together with other partners, we help to get these businesses, some of the businesses, back up on their feet. And they literally damaged some of their crops in the rural areas, and it was shocking to see the extent of the damage to minor things that you would think that has no value that was damaged. Surprisingly, through this program that we partnered with the Domino Foundation, we managed to restore, I wouldn't say a whole lot of businesses, but what we could do with them, we have restored, and businesses are up and running, and we're hoping to partner more with other organizations to help assist those other businesses.
Thank you. Just with the last one from me. The question was asked and posed to you about, racial profiling. And yesterday and the day before, this hearing listened to people from Phoenix, from Bambai, and from Amoti. And obviously those were the areas that have become quite popular in the press since the unrest started and so on. And one of the key issues there was the racial profiling and the killings that happened there. So, and one of the things that we asked the witnesses to ask them about, what about social cohesion? Because it has reached a level of where it was really, no, it's not even worrisome. It's a danger as we see it. So would you, as the Chamber of Commerce, be involved in the social cohesion project in those areas?
So as the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, you know, our focus is really on the business community.
Yeah.
So normally when things that are related to social cohesion, we'd you know, refer them to Accord. We don't have the capability and the skills to work on social cohesion projects. Our skills and capabilities are really representing, you know, the business community. And I think, like I said earlier on, it was just unfortunate that, you know, at that time, our priorities were, you know, bring everything back and stuff. And, you know, we don't have any tangible evidence or anything much that we can actually say on that. Definitely social cohesion is required for the unfortunate situation of racial profiling, killings, you know, completely unacceptable things were reported to have happened, you know, after that, which do require social cohesion.
Thank you for that, but I do think there's some link, because we've also heard from one witness in terms of at his employment that profiling was take place and was told, you know, you're a looter, etc., and so on. So it does affect the business, because even business people were dismissing people as well, and so it does come into it, maybe not on the level of where we think it should, and they may not be your members, but I just think from a broader business community. And then very lastly from my side, sometimes there's always an emphasis on the owners of business, and the employees are kind of have a secondary traumatization because of course of the retrenchments, of course of the dismissals, because they don't go forward. Is the Chamber also looking, and I might have missed it, is the Chamber also looking at how they can influence their members in terms of how to deal with the employees? Because the employees, of course, they are sometimes one person working, serving, supporting 5 or 8 or 10 people. So are you influencing your members at least to ensure that even if there's a retrenchment, at least it's very humane, etc.?
So the Durban Chamber of Commerce, we have what is called an HR forum, one of the 21 forums that we have, where you know, we have different HR leaders that come and talk about issues that affect, you know, employees, and, you know, how to manage, you know, the human resources part of the business, you know, community. And of course, if instances, you know, do come such as that, it's definitely something that Yolen and the team can take up. Disappointing, I must say, for me to hear that, you know, certain businesses, you know, we're profiling people and calling them looters. It is completely unacceptable. And I mean, we as the chamber, we reject that kind of, you know, treatment of racism. If this is how, you know, business people would be dealing with, you know, some of their employees on that manner, it is completely unacceptable, and it's not part of, you know, what we as an organization stand for and what we expect our members to be doing and behaving as.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just the very last thing I just wanted to check quickly. And that is, according to your evidence, the looting started on the 10th. Was there any police presence on the 10th that you were aware of through feedback from your members? That is now the Saturday.
Yeah, there was very little police presence there. There was more Metro Police. But in
At the
terms of-
hotspots now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was more Metro Police visibility that were there and very little police presence.
Okay, now on the Sunday, the 11th, what was the police presence that day?
Nothing.
And now we are on Monday, the 12th. What was the police presence?
Nothing.
So when did the looting basically come to an end? On which day?
I think Tuesday or Wednesday. Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was maybe around Tuesday. Yeah.
So-
When all of a sudden the police is available. Now you can get through their phones.
And when did the looting stop on the Tuesday? What time?
I don't have the time. Look, there were still small pockets here and there, but
Yeah.
by Tuesday,
In other words, the police were basically missing in action or absent during the time that the looting took place.
yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I don't think there are any further questions. Are there, evidence team?
None, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. All the best with the good. Please, also from the historically disadvantaged communities, it's fantastic work that you are doing. Thank you for that and help them all to grow.
Thank you very much, and we do hope to get feedback of the reports of what was done here, and we do really hope that there'll be some action and accountability taken, because of the destruction that has happened to both the economy, livelihoods of people. I don't know if you've driven around the city to be able to get closer. So really, this destruction has had absolutely long-term devastating consequences. And us as the Durban Chamber, we're feeling very saddened because it has taken us years back with the job creation, a project that we're doing with our members in terms of, trying to assist in creating more jobs for our people.
Just before you go, just one very last one. So I'm sure that you, when you were able to get hold of the MEC and the police commissioner again on the Tuesday, you asked them, I suppose, maybe not, but I'm sure you asked them, so where?
DF, then once we started doing that, then it was better conversations. But she never went AWOL. It was the commissioner as well as his generals that whose phones, it didn't even ring.
And when you asked the commissioner on Wednesday, Tuesday, when you could get hold of him again, where have your people been? What did he
didn't ask.
answer? Let's make it anyway, but let's make it 3 o'clock. So lunch is half an hour. Thank you very much. Very much. Everyone, please once again put your cell phones on silence and so on. Maybe I can just also quickly announce that or we can announce that later as well, but we will split up, but the 3 commissioners will be going to Phoenix tomorrow, and then another team will go to Pietermaritzburg. I'm not sure what time they will be leaving. They can inform us a bit later about that. But the 3 commissioners will be leaving here tomorrow at 8:30 for Phoenix. Thank you very much. So over to the evidence team, and you can call your next witness. Thank you.
Want to come on? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Chairperson, thank you so much. Myself and my colleague, Advocate Nhloko, will be leading the next set of witnesses. But perhaps, Chair, if we can address you on some housekeeping issues. We are aware that you are currently deliberating a decision about a possible inspection in loco, but we also wanted to bring in the purview of the panel the fact that a great deal of next week's testimony will be focused on state officials. There is urgent communications happening between the legal team and the offices of those state officials to just get final confirmations, logistics, and programming settling down. But we wanted to also make it known to the panel at this stage that should, although we're exploring diplomatic channels and although we are trying our best to make sure we accommodate, if needs be, in the interest of time, in the interest of the short span of this hearing, we might have to make an application to the panel to subpoena those specific officials if needs be. But of course, the heavy activity happening is to not have to exploit that route. You can give this to the panel and then just this one on the table.
My microphone is not working now, so just take it up.
I don't know why these mics are doing that. Give me one. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Chairperson, the next set of witnesses that we're going to be called are the security industry regulator. You will have heard from testimony that there were certain allegations and certain implications regarding the actions of members of security companies. And the legal team has extended an invitation for colleagues from the regulator to join us, and they have kindly indulged us. We do understand that there are 3 colleagues that are present, but 2 will be taking an oath and presenting themselves as witnesses to give evidence. So if we may have leave, perhaps to call them up, take an oath, and then we can begin leading.
Yes, please proceed. My microphone is unfortunately not working, but please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sure our colleagues at the back will help now. Colleagues from the regulator, Mr. Sambo, you can proceed and come to the front.
Hello? Okay, so it is Mr. Sambo and the name of the other gentleman. Can you perhaps just state your name?
Ntokozo Ngcobo.
Mr. Ngoku.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sambu and Mr. Ngoku, welcome here with us this afternoon. Thank you for coming to make a presentation or give evidence before the Human Rights Commission pertaining to the July unrest. Mr. Sambu, are you willing to take the oath?
Yes, sir.
Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do, Chair.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do swear to tell the truth. Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ngoku, are you willing to take the oath?
Yes, I do.
Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. So the panel consists of 3 members. It's myself, Andre Gaum, Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission. It is Commissioner Pilile Ntuli, Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen from the South African Human Rights Commission. Welcome again, and I'm now going to give over to the evidence team. They will lead your evidence, they will ask questions as well, and then at the end, the panel will also have the opportunity to put certain questions to you. Over to you, Mr. Morobo.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Sambo, Mr. Ngobo, I'm Yanela Ntloko. I'm an advocate at the Joburg Bar, and I'll be leading your evidence together with my learned friend, Ranto Morak. Just some housekeeping before we start. There's a bundle just next to Mr. Sambo. We apologize that we couldn't do a second copy, and we ask that you kindly share that bundle when we are referring to it. Okay, as a way of starting, I would like for each of you to kindly introduce yourselves and the particular roles that you play at CIRA.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nyekiwa Jan Sambo. I'm currently the Acting Deputy Director of Law Enforcement at CIRA. My role is to oversee the operation of law enforcement, that is all investigations and complaints that are undertaken by our unit in respect to private security industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ngobo?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntokozo Ngcobo. I'm a senior inspector based here in KZN in Durban. My role is to supervise the enforcement inspectors in the province to ensure that they conduct the investigation as well as inspection expected by the authority.
Thank you. And how long have you each been in these roles?
In respect to myself, I joined CIRA, then it was called the Security Officers Board, so I'm 23 years within the employment, and for the past more than 10 years, I was being responsible for the law enforcement division per se. Before that, I was at the legal services division.
I've got 10 years with the authority. I joined it in 2011 as an inspector. I was then promoted in 2014 as a senior inspector.
And I apologize that I'll be going back and forth, but at some point I'll be dealing with just one witness. I think this is essential for the background so we understand who we are talking to. And what is the training that you've each received in your respective roles?
Myself, I've got a law degree, BUris degree, and I've also got a postgraduate diploma in forensic and investigation. I've also got the certificate in MDP with UNISA Business Schools, and I'm a former police officer trained by the South African Police Service.
And just to follow up before I go to Mr. Ngabo on that question, have you received any training particularly at SIRA, in relation to your particular role?
Yes, when I joined SIRA, as I indicated, I joined SIRA as an inspector. I was introduced to the processes of what do you do as an inspector. Also, when I was at the legal services, being a prosecutor and a legal advisor, I was also received that training. And when I then assumed the position of management, then I was also subjected to different training in respect to management of the division. Thank you.
Thank you.
Myself, I've undergone quite a lot, but the recent one that maybe I think I have to mention, the project management that I recently attended, as well as the report writing, so as to enhance my skill in relation to the investigating reports that we normally write, as well as the basic investigation skill where we need to write a report.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I think for the following questions, unless of course, Mr. Sambo, I should state, in the event that you would like to delegate a question to Mr. Ngabo, that is perfectly fine. But I think for the most part, because you are the person at legal who deals with this stuff, I will be directing most of the questions to you. And I should also state that at some point I will stop asking the questions and my colleague will be doing that. So, and there might be a bit of interjections from time to time between the two of us. So I'm just saying so you're not alarmed. So for the benefit of the public, may you kindly just outline what is SIRA and what do you do?
Thank you. SIRA, it's an organization that is established in terms of the Act of Parliament. That is the Private Security Industry Regulatory Act 56 of 2001. We are an authority which is responsible to oversee compliance within private security industry. In the past, some of the public members may know our organization as the Security Officers Board when it was established before 2001 when the new act came into being. We responsible to the oversight of our activities. We report to the Minister of Police and also to the Portfolio Committee of Safety and Security in Parliament. Thank you.
And what is your relationship with the public?
Our relationship with the public, it's we ensure that the services that they are using of private security or service providers are compliant with the legislation and they are registered with us as that is a requirement before any person who can work as a security officer or a business that can trade in the country. It should be registered with SIRA as a security service provider. So what we do, we advise the public about the compliance and the legality in respect to those service providers that they are using for their protection.
Okay. There's a follow-up to that, but I just want to know, what is then your relationship with the private sector?
The relationship with the private sector is as the private or the general public as a result of maybe inadequacy or maybe some short supply of protection coming from the state. So they'll end up contracting with security service businesses to protect their entities or their persons. And that's where, because we see them as consumers of security. So we've got the obligation in terms of legislation also to educate the consumer about their rights and also the obligation that the Act will bestow on them as consumers of security. So we've got that interaction with the general public.
Okay, you mentioned service providers. So who are these service providers so that everyone is,
Okay, thank you. When we mention service provider, if you go to our act, again, the CIRA Act mentions of two providers, that's security businesses and security officers. But when you get into the legislation, the act itself, it always direct them as security service providers, but we distinguish them between an individual person being a security officer and a business entity, which is the business that will employ those security officers and render service to the general public.
okay, so if I understand you correctly, you regulate basically the private security industry.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So how do you then do this regulation? Can you just kindly briefly outline how CIRA then operates to regulate?
Thank you. Within CIRA itself, we've got different divisions, law enforcement being one. We've got another division that is registration, and we've got another division called training and communication and finance. So what happens is the act itself, on section 20, it says every person who is going to engage in services of protecting a person or property for a reward or a benefit must be registered. So your initial act would be that that person, being a security officer, must firstly register with us as CIRA. And there are certain requirements that you need to meet before we can register you. For example, the act requires that every person that we are going to register must have undergone security training. So there are different levels of training that are being undertaken by security officers. The entry level is your grade E, which is your entry level, and followed by D, C, B, and A. A is your highest level of training that you can get. And from there, you've got different specialized courses for different services that you may want to render. Like, for example, if you want to transport cash, you will need to do a specialized course in CIT. If you want to respond to alarms, whatsoever, you need to do armed response. And if you want to protect people and or like your close protection bodyguard, then you will need to have that training. That's the first requirement. The second requirement is the person who we are going to register must be of the age of 18 or above. And thirdly, you need to be a South African citizen. And if you are not a South African citizen, you must have permanent resident status in South Africa. And then from there, then we will do the vettings via the South African Police Service to make sure that that person has not been found guilty of any scheduled offense. On our act, we've got offenses that are listed as schedules. For example, your assault, GBH, your rape, so very serious offenses, and some statutory offenses that are mentioned under the act. So that's the first part. Then once you've undergone that, then then that person will be registered as a security officer, then will be issued with a certificate. Then if that person wants to be an owner of a business, then firstly we will check again that that person has a level of grade A, grade B qualification in respect of training, and you must not have been declared to be insolvent in the past. And then we'll require that the business that you need to be registered, then it should be also registered with, for example, the Department of Trade and Industry, SSCC, or PTY Limited, or in case if it's a sole proprietor, then we'll need some other requirements like your tax clearance certificates and all other those requirements. But what is very important in respect to businesses also, we need to establish that there is an office that is accessible by both the public and us other law enforcement agencies like ourselves, the police, and the Department of Employment and Labor in respect to condition of employment. And then after we've inspected those, that's when we can register a business. So that's in respect to requirements of registering an individual. First, you start being an individual. Once you comply with that, if you want to run a business, then you've got to also comply with the infrastructural requirements as I mentioned. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, for ease, what he was referring to, which is section 20, is in the bundle on page 58 of the bundle. And in fact, Mr. Sambo, I would like us to actually use the bundle for this particular set of questions.
Okay.
And you can start in section 3 of the Act. which we can find at page 8 of the bundle.
Page 46.
No, it's page 8 of the bundle.
Okay.
That's where we are looking at section 3 for now. Have you found
Yes,
it?
yes, objects of the authority.
The objects, yes, of the authority. Now, I'd like us to actually go through those various objects. You are aware that we are dealing with the July unrests, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. So, looking at the objects of the authority, can we just go through them quite quickly? I won't read all of it. It basically just tells us what the objects of the authority are, and it is to regulate the private security industry and to exercise effective control over the practice of the occupation of security service provider in the public and national interest, and in the interest of the private security industry itself, for that purpose subject to this Act 2. And then it states all of these, it's about all the way to Q, A to Q, but we're not gonna look from A to Q. What I would like for us to concentrate on is the following. So we'll start with A. So A says that you have to promote a legitimate private security industry which acts in terms of the principles contained in the Constitution and other applicable law. Do you see where I'm reading from?
That's correct, yes, I see.
So during the unrest and after, what measures were put in place to ensure that this occurred?
Okay, thank you. What happens is on the Constitution itself, when you go to section 199, it mentions that who could be people that can protect themselves and without being registered. That's where you find the South African Police Service, the National Defence Force, and the South African Secret Services and Correctional Services. And what it says when you go down on subsection, it tells you about any other services that, or it's organized should be governed by legislation. That's where now the SIRA Act comes into being, where all other forces that are in the country, that is private security, are regulated by us through the SIRA Act. So what basically there it does again, it makes sure that whoever, as I indicated, that is going to play in this private space of self-protection, it should be subject to this legislation, the SIRA Act, that firstly, before you can do that protection, you need to be SIRA registered. So what happens then is we've got, as SIRA, we've got the law enforcement division where our investigators and inspectors are there to make sure that whoever we see in the country trading as a security service provider, being business or security office or business security officer, we need to go to them, check them through inspection or investigation to ensure that they are SIRA registered. And if they are not registered with the authority, with SIRA, then the law requires us to open a criminal case against that security officer or that owner of that security business, because it's a contravention of Section 20.
Okay. There's a follow-up question to that. Then what steps did you actively take during and after the unrest to ensure that what you just outlined actually happened?
Okay, thank you. What I mentioned during the period of July, the first time we got a complaint was on the 15th of July, if I'm not wrong. The complaint came from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Safety and Security. And it was through a WhatsApp, and there was a video that was given to our CEO, Mr. Manabela Chauke. Then upon receiving that, he then dispatched it to my attention that there is a complaint received from the chairperson in respect to some activities in KZN, where we need to look into. Then what happened is we looked into the video that was circulating to see what was happening, and there was some footage where it indicated certain people, I would say supposed security officers, they were not dressed in uniform and they were on that bike shooting at the public. And then it has a name there. So I think we'll share with the committee later, but because firstly we needed to check whether is that a registered security service provider, a security business. Then what I did then, I shared the video with our team from Forensic Division and from another division of Investigative to say, please, let's check into that business, into this video, so that, and maybe, or look into different things. Firstly, we wanted to see if we can get the registration number of the vehicle, at least because if you get a registration and you go to NATI system, you can check actually who is the owner of the vehicle. And then we also checked those names that were appearing on the window of the vehicle, whether that business is registered with us as SIRA. And then also, because this thing happened at that time, firstly, the other thing you needed to check whether did it really happen in Gauteng or in KZN, because we didn't know where it happened. So trying to look at maybe the buildings that you can see on the video. Then what we then happened is our team managed to trace all the names that are close to that business to check whether is that business. And then also I think on the video, I think we could see that the registration was a KZN1. So it took away the scene from Gauteng. So saying, no, we're going to concentrate only in KZN now because of the registration. And then from there, with the names that were appearing there, then when we check against the database, because the Act says there should be a database of all security service providers that are registered in the country. So we couldn't find that business using the abbreviations that were on the window or any trading name of that nature. Then we looked for different other names that could be appearing there. Then finally we could find that business, yes, here it's a business that is operating in KZN, but it was not a security business. Then what then I do, then I spoke to Ntokozo to deploy our investigators in KZN to go to different police stations to check if they've seen this baki, or also the armed response companies that, you've got some armed response companies that, they will be driving on the road. So in most cases, they will know about any business or any rival security business that is operating there to check if they know this business. Then from there, the first day, I think the 16th, didn't yield any information. We've been to a few police stations, and that time the situation was still so volatile. So, also driving easy, sometimes it's a problem. So I then spoke to Ntoko to say we should not allow maybe one officer to drive alone. At least we should have two or people, and sometimes also of different race, so that, to avoid a situation where, you may be confronted and be suspected of being one of the looters whatsoever. And then I think on Sunday, through the assistance of another security business, then we then located the whereabouts of this business through when we asked the security officer of that on that area, and he led us to a CPF, CPF chairperson of that certain area in KZN, in Durban. And then when we spoke to him, then that's when he happened to indicate that he met with those people owning that vehicle, and then he called them in, and then that's when we established who they are. And later on, that was before my arrival with the director here in KZN. And then when we arrived here, I think on the 17th, no, on the 18th, because the minister addressed the public on the 17th. Then we arrived here on the 18th. Then after then we met with the task team that was appointed by the minister, the SAP's task team, where we then shared with them the information. And then a criminal case against that business was then registered at Sydenham Police Station.
Mr. Sambo, I'm sorry, I just need you to be clear, which minister is this, and then you can continue?
Minister Begitad.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
So then, yes, we then registered a criminal case against that business. And then I think what happened is, following from your question again, during when the minister addressed the public on the 17th, there were allegations that were made by members of the public. I viewed that on video, on TV that time, because it was live during some time, where they were making allegations of certain security service providers being involved in the acts of violence. So then, during that media briefing, the minister indicated that SIRA will be here on Monday, being the 18th, to look into the matter and start investigating. Yes, on the 18th we arrived, and on the 19th we met with the SAPS task team members, and then I think the first meeting that we had was in the hall in Bambai. We drove with General Chirwa, and that's where we went there so that we can get more information about any members of the public that could have witnessed something or are victims of any acts that could have happened. So that's how we acted in respect to our obligation in respect to subsection 3A.
You said General Chirwa?
Yes.
From?
The SAPS, I think he's the responsible divisional, or maybe say district commissioner for Devon district.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then if we can just continue while we are on that train of thought. So there's also C, which is 3C. So how...
May I just ask, did you also receive other complaints? And if so, when and how many, and so on?
Yes, Chair, we did receive other complaints. Apart from that one from the chairperson, we received also another complaint from the ex-member of Parliament. It was in writing. And also what we did as the authority, after the incident, we made a media statement which was published on our website, encouraging members of the public to come forward and report any matters in respect to Gauteng and KZN. And from there, that's where we received few emails from members of the public. Some requested to be anonymous in fear of any victimization, and then that's the information that we use to start our investigations. Thank you.
And on top of that, we did receive complaint from one of the security service providers around Durban, where he came to our office, where he laid a...
Mapoloba, please speak to the microphone.
Okay. So I was saying, Chair, we did receive a complaint from one of the service providers in the province, where he visited our office. He tabled a formal complaint in relation to what he allegedly received as a security service provider from the members of the community who were complaining about the other security businesses who were said to be operating at that particular time, not in a manner that is acceptable in terms of the code of conduct by SIRA Act.
Okay. And just as a follow-up then to Mr. Commissioner's question, did you only act on complaints or referrals, or did you also undertake your own investigations far apart from these complaints?
Since we were introduced to the SAPS task team, and one will note that most of the time the contravention of the code of conduct is also also a contravention somewhere or it's an act of, it acts also amounts to a criminal act. So you find that ourselves, our task team and the SAPS task team will be investigating similar matters. So what we then did is, in most cases, we shared the information that we had, that we were receiving with the SAPS, so that, at the end of the day, we should not, waste resources or maybe withheld information that some of the information will amount to, because it resulted maybe in the death of people. So what we acted was on information that we received and the allegations and also the information that we were getting from the South African Police Service task team.
Would you be in a position to provide that information to the Commission? Of course, you don't have to do it now, on when you provided information to the South African Police Services task team and what that information related to.
Yeah, as I indicated that what happened, I think there's few emails that we exchanged with the officials that we were introduced to on the task team, and some of the things since after the, so if what I want to say that after the task team was introduced, there were regular meetings that were taking place, I think every Thursday. So I tasked in Tokozo because he was in the province and I was in Gauteng. So some of the meetings were not exchange of information. There was an assigned officer from SAPS who would meet with them, either at their offices or at their office, where they will exchange information that we had. So some of the exchange is not like maybe per email or documentary, but information that was there. But there, yes, there would be some few emails that where we officially exchange information.
Okay. Then in this regard, Mr. Ngcobo, would you be able to just give us a highlight of the type of information that was exchanged in your meetings?
Yeah, even though the information that we share, due to the nature of the situation that we were in, I cannot at this stage maybe be able to share exactly. Hence, we engage in an informal situation. Hence, we were in a situation where we could not sit down around the table the way we used to when we engage just in a normal situation. But be as it may, the SAPS did mention that they've also received the information on their side, and they requested us as the authority to say, these are the allegations that we have received as SAPS. You as the authority, how do you then assist us in terms of making sure that these security service providers are brought to book?
And is that still ongoing? So just so we understand where we are.
Yes, it's still ongoing.
Okay. Mr. Samba, not to put you under the spotlight, would it be possible to maybe indicate when you may be able to share the information with the Commission in relation to the emails?
Thank you. Anytime when we get the request, then we will surely we'll be able to share with that information.
Yeah, but we're actually making the request now.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, Chair. I think what we'll do if the Commission can allow us some time to maybe get into our database information. So let me say latest Monday before close of office, then whatever we've got on our database, on our email inboxes, then we'll share with the Commission.
Thank you so much. Then just to continue, in your database, you indicated that you can tell how many security companies have been registered. Do you know how many are there?
In the province or in the country?
Let's use the provinces.
The province of KZN, we've got close to 484,000 security officers registered in the province, of which only close an estimate of 98,000 are active. When we say active, those are the ones that are employed and deployed. So the remaining 300,000 are people that they are registered, but we cannot confirm whether they are actively involved in private security. And then in respect to security businesses, we've got close to 2,048 security businesses registered in the province of Gauteng. But just to add, Chair, it's the nature of security service does not restrict you to a province. You will still find businesses that are coming from other provinces, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, also playing their trade in KZN. And so as also security officers, I think sometimes you find that businesses that are coming from, that are here, and if maybe they may sometimes procure services from security officers that are coming from other provinces. So that's the magnitude or the kind of service that you get here. Thank you.
Can I just follow up? You said you cannot confirm some 390 something odd. What do you mean by you cannot confirm?
Okay. What happens is I indicate that firstly you get everyone applying for registration. Then on our database, people that are registered using the KZN address is 384,000. But of those 384,000, 98,000 are showing to be actively operating in KZN. So what happened, you find that some of the 300 that I say I cannot confirm may have moved to other provinces, as I indicate that the kind of service that you get with security service does not restrict you to a province, but it restricts you to the borders of South Africa. So you find that of those 300, some of them may be in Gauteng, Free State, in Mpumalanga, operating there. So what I'm telling you with this number is only the ones that the 300,000 are the ones that used KZN as registration destination. But the activeness, it varies because you got registered here, but you often operate in Gauteng or Limpopo or another province.
Okay. No, thank you. So now, I think we might be getting to a territory where either yourself or Mr. Ngobo might know about in relation to the July unrest. Do you know what role did these private security companies play in that July unrest?
I may answer in two ways. Firstly, I would say these private security industry providers, they provided protection to their clients during the period of July. And I think, secondly, it's somehow they were overstretched, as I indicate that, if you are 98,000 here, but the kind of service that private security provides, it's a paid service. It's not like public police where they operate everywhere in the locality. But private security is a paid service where they are loyal or they protect whoever they pay them. So as a result of that, it's what they did, those who are having contracts and then with certain consumers, they would protect that. But as what is happening, that contract goes with what you are contracted for. Let me give you an example. You contracted with a ABC store to protect them, and the contract is for 10 guards. So if you experience any pressure as a consumer and you need more guards, you need to pay for that. It's not a service that comes for free. So because the employer will have to compensate those employees. So hence I said they provided service and protection, but somewhere you would only provide, you've got limited capacity because of what you're employing. So sometimes when the consumer needs more, you find that you don't have those or people that are needed. So that's where you are overstretched. And as a result, I think some of the issues is that's where now you may find private security businesses employing security officers that may not or may have not been trained, or people that are not security service registered with us, security officers registered with us, and which no, it's a violation or the contravention of Section 20. And those are the areas where we're dealing with as the regulator itself, reacting to what happened. But what is of importance is, in most cases, the services of private security are reactive in nature because of you, as a consumer, you contract very less because of the situation there's no turmoil. But once there's, it tends to be turmoil, you need more, and sometimes you find that those resources are not there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just as a follow-up question on that, you've indicated that these private security companies are not necessarily restricted to particular areas or jurisdictions, quote unquote. Are you aware of any security companies then during the July incidents that were moving in between provinces?
What I may say is, I've heard the previous speaker mentioning that, but also myself, I think when we were here during that week, I came across one or two businesses that were coming from Gauteng that were in the province. And then when I confronted them, then they indicated that they came as a result of being requested by the client to come and protect. So yes, there's been that movement of private security businesses from one province to the other.
And do you regulate this movement in any manner or form?
The regulations, or it's in respect that what happens is in terms of our regulations, we've got the SIRA regulation that governs how you operate as a business. Then in terms of Regulation 10, there is a document that we called a posting sheet. And then usually a posting sheet, that's the document that will tell us where a security officer was posted. So the only time you will start to know about that is when you're conducting a physical inspection at that business. And then you go through their posting sheet, then it will show you where the security officers are, because in terms of the Act against Regulation 10, it requires businesses also to keep a client list of all the clients that they are contracted with.
Okay. And then in relation to this particular instance, you've said that you also encountered a few here. Do you know where the concentration of the unrest was, and equally the concentration of most of these private security companies was during the July unrest? Have you been able to determine that?
I may not be able to tell the concentration, but I think from the information that I got when we were in the province and with the briefing, I think a lot of things took place around KwaMashu, Phoenix, and Bambai, and Gunubi areas. I think those are the areas that were affected, and those are the, some of the areas that I visited myself when we were in the province.
And what necessitated that visit?
Part of the task team, they took us to those areas because there were certain businesses that were alleged from the information that we got from the complainants and what the police had. So it led us to be in those areas to check those security service providers that are operating in those areas.
And when you got to those areas, were there any incidents of injuries, deaths,
what I may say,
damage to property?
Sorry, thank you. I think what I may say is through our visit and our request to say after the media statement that we did and the request for information, personally, I've never met any victim who got injured in this violence. Or the only thing that I've seen where I think when we went to Bambai and some areas, the damage to property that I experienced. But I've never seen any victim who came out to say, I was injured by a security service provider or what. even though we met with the leaders, I think the elders that were chosen from the community to say, okay, please, we may understand that maybe some people they are scared to come out because of victimization whatsoever. If you can assist us in respect to the victims so that we can, be able to identify whether is it a victim who got injured through the act of a service provider or not. That we didn't have. What we had were just allegations that could not be substantiated by any form of evidence, except the allegation to say so-and-so was involved in the shooting. That's all that we got as a team.
So if I understand you correctly, you're not aware of any incidences of injuries, death, and is that what I'm understanding from what you're saying?
What I may say, Chair, it's, for example, when we were at the hall in Mbambai, the members that were there, because they were chosen members from different, I think, sections representing those sections, they did mention of victims and family members that lost people or their loved ones, because I remember somewhere there was supposed to be an arrangement by the police for those families to go and view or identify their loved ones at the morgue in, for example, in Phoenix. But the direct victims or families of victims, we've never met them.
And would you, by any chance, know how many people, what were the numbers therein that were being discussed at that meeting?
Pardon, your question again?
Would you know what were the numbers that were being spoken about in that particular instance where you said the families indicated that they had people who were injured and all of this? Did you make any count as Sarah?
I may not say so certainly, because I think most of the time that request was made to General Chirwa, who was heading the task team. So just because of being part of that delegation, overhearing that, but it was not made to us, so I wouldn't give actual numbers.
Okay, if you may. No, thank you so much. Okay, now then let's just deal with a few other things, and then I will, of course, hand you over to my friend. I can't say I'll be letting you go, unfortunately. So you also indicated when you're dealing with the particular accreditations that some of your members are accredited to do public order. Was that what I understood earlier?
Let me just put it clear to the Commission. We've got, within our training, we've got different kind of trainings I indicated, but the private security are not mandated or permitted to deal with crowd management. The only time when they can deal with members of the public is in respect to recreational and sporting activities, and that's what we call special events, where it happens at places, peaceful or areas. But in respect to crowd management, where there's a form of violence, that is the terrain of the South African Police Service, public order policing. So it's not the mandate of private security. And we don't have any accredited module within SERA that deals with crowd management.
Okay, so a follow-up then question to that is, how were they then involved in the July unrest if they are not trained for those particular things?
Thank you. As I indicated that the service provider is contracted with the client to protect the client and the property. So what is important is you exercising the powers of your landlord. So the first thing is you can only operate within the private space, that is the premises of your landlord, and only for purposes of protecting the property and the person, so sort of issues of self-defense. But engaging with the crowd, following the crowd whatsoever, that it's not the mandate of private security.
Okay, and then according to your investigations that you told the commission about, was this done according to what you've just specified, where they act in accordance with the mandate of their landlord on their landlord's properties and not in the public spaces where you're no longer dealing with the landlord's property?
Just to answer that, as I indicated that, unfortunately, we never got to meet with the victims so that maybe we could get an explanation of maybe any form of damage or injury, where did it take place. But few businesses that we did inspect whom were allegedly to have involved, or majority of them indicated that they were in the premises of their landlords. I know there's only one business, I think two that we inspected that are dealing with services of reaction, armed response services. And those are the businesses that, in most cases you will find them in the public roads, everywhere, because they, they need to drive to respond to different households or clients whom they are servicing. And what I may say, it's with the information that, the allegation that were made there and the inspections that we have done with the South African Police Services, I think, for example, we went to two businesses that we went to, and the firearms were checked, to check, which firearms were disposed, were issued those days, whether there was any discharge of firearms of whatsoever. Then that was dealt by the South African Police because it is their terrain. But till so far today, we have never been informed to say those businesses are maybe directly implicated in any form of violence. But there were inspections that were done by us and South African Police Service, them dealing with the issue of firearms, as it is their terrain.
Okay. And just so we clear up any confusion that might happen, so are you definitively saying that they did not act outside their boss's terrains?
No, I wouldn't say that, because and there may be any other information that may come out that which was never shared with us. So to conclude, say I'm definitely sure that I wouldn't put my word on that.
Okay. And are there any investigations that then are underway to determine that within the SIRA?
What I may share with you, it's as I indicated in the beginning, that we got allegations which we shared with the South African Police Service. And these allegations, there was no, hence most of the time that any conduct you find that is also a contravention of any other legislation, more especially coming to issues of discharge of firearms. So hence we had a South African Police Service firearms section to deal to say, okay, in cases like that, done where there's allegation of firearm involvement, then they were on scene, inspected the firearms. Certain businesses' firearms were confiscated for ballistic reasons. So the only time as the authority may act is only when there may be a revelation from the South African Police that this firearm was involved in this act of violence whatsoever. But currently, with the information that we've been exchanging with the South African Police tax team, we have not received that. So whatever inspection that we have done, within SIRA side, we've got code of conduct charges that are being preferred, but they are mainly administrative charges, where you find that even though the business did deploy security officers whatsoever, maybe there were certain contraventions, like maybe some of the security officers were not listed in terms of the act, which says everyone that you employ, you must notify us within a certain period of time. So those are the charges that currently we have preferred against those businesses, but the actual ones of linked to violence, we've not received that, because as I indicated, in most cases you find that has criminal nature, and then the information you find that the same SAPS team is doing that, so we have not got anything from them that we can use for the code of conduct charges against those service providers or businesses. Because I think I remember one of the things during the meeting we had with the task team was, you know, sometimes you may get an allegation against, let's say, ABC security, but it's the act of an individual security officer that firstly you need to identify that security officer to have done something that is wrong, then before you can, you know, you can link the business. So I think that has been one of the challenge, maybe on their part, to say who is the suspect in case, maybe for example, of shooting whatsoever.
Okay, and on that very topic, there has been, I was allowing them to switch for the, so there has been testimony that was given here, and part of the testimony were reports regarding irregular use and transfer of weapons and ammunition during the unrest. So my question to you as, well, member of the regulator, firstly, are you aware of this? And secondly, if you can assist us in letting us, giving a full detail on how you regulate the acquisition. Do you regulate the acquisition of ammunition and weapons? How? How do you do that? The storage, the transfer, and the use of it.
Okay, thank you. Basically what happens in respects to licensing of firearms is the terrain of the South African Police Service, the Central Firearm Registry. So what happens is we've got Regulation 13 of the SIRA Act, which says a security business can only issue a firearm that is registered in the name of the business, that is lawfully, contracted to the business. So what happens is the requirement is when a business applies for a firearm with CFR, firstly, that business should be SIRA registered. Then what happens is South African Police Service CFR will confirm with us as SIRA to say, is this business registered? And if so, how many security officers that are trained in firearms are linked to the business? So that is the part that is done by SIRA. Then the licensing thereof of that firearm, and then the responsibility of who issues that firearm to security officers is the mandate of the South African Police Service. So they are the ones who will need to check whether the person that we call him a responsible officer, is he properly trained in the respect of the firearms that they are issuing licenses to that business, and also how many firearms do they licenses they do that. So what will happen, not want to get into the SAPS terrain, is the SAPS themselves, they've got a person that we call a DFO, designated firearm officer, who will go to different businesses to go and check compliance with firearms, or issuing, and then all those things. Hence, remember when I mentioned that when we did some inspections, we had to go with them so that they can check about whether there was any discharge whatsoever. So what we do as the authority, we as SIRA, we don't get involved in the physical handling of firearms, because you need to have a mandate in terms of the Firearms Control Act to be doing that function, and currently it's within the South African Police Service or the designation.
Okay. Understanding what you've just said though, do you require your members to keep track of the ammunition, well, the firearms that they have, and the ammunition when it was used in any manner or form?
Currently, it's the Firearms Control Act that requires that. What we do as SIRA, we've got our inspectorate that goes to businesses, and then we've got what we call firearm inspection, but it's not a physical inspection of the safe or the armory. But what we do when we get the responsible person of the business that deals with firearms, then he'll have to complete a form to indicate how many firearms do they have, how many firearms have been lost or whatsoever. And then what we do on monthly basis, we take a copy of that inspection report, then we share with SAPS CFR to indicate to them, we've been to this business and this is the position in respect to firearms that they are having, and they will have to go and verify that themselves.
Okay. And then with you've indicated that, yes, this is in the purview of the South African Police Services, but I would like to just ask this in the event that you are able to answer it. If not, then we can always ask them. Are you aware of the ammunitions that were utilized during the unrest? And the reason why I'm asking the question is that 2 witnesses described the ammunition as not standard. One had in fact described this as some green substance came out of the so-called ammunition, and then another witness indicated that the bullets dispersed once it hit you. Do you know anything about these?
No.
This was never reported to Sarah.
No, not reported to us. No, that.
Okay, then can we then go back to the bundle quite quickly now that we've run through that? Page 197. So that's clause 25 in chapter 5. It's basically the penalties in respect of improper conduct by security service providers. You recall earlier you had indicated that you have some departmental charges that have these provisions been utilized between the unrest or after the unrest?
Thank you. Yes, what I may say is the stage where we are right now, in respect to other cases that we have already completed investigation, we've issued a charge sheet to the respective security service providers that are implicated or are allegedly implicated, and then that follows the improper conduct regulation proceedings. So because currently still an allegation, so if the case is successfully prosecuted, then these are the penalties that will be instituted. But currently we are not here because I think because of even though we prioritize our cases, I think the first matter started to be heard this month of the matters that we are having. So they are now scheduled for November, some December, and some may extend to next year.
How many matters are there? Sorry, roughly.
Pardon?
How many matters are there roughly?
I'm talking about plus minus 26 matters.
And in which province?
In KZN.
Okay. No, you may continue. Sorry, I disturbed you there.
Oh, no. I just wanted to say that currently the provisions of Regulation 25 have not been implemented because we are still at the early stage where we just issued a charge sheet where now the respondents need to plead, to respond, plead, and then depending whether or what is their plead, then they will have a formal hearing taking place.
Okay. And if I may just ask, in the event that some are finalized this month, if you may kindly share that with the Commission.
Certainly, I think, we'll just have to check with our, with our legal services because I know there's 2 ways sometimes, but it will depend what will happen. You find a situation where if it's a settlement, it's something that sometimes doesn't get disclosed, but if it's not a settlement, it's a proper guilty finding, then it may be, but that, we'll just check with our legal services, then come back to you about that, how will we communicate that.
Okay, and just one last theme from my side then, is in relation to, I think this whole discussion between myself and you has been about the licensed guys. Now we need to get to the unlicensed operators.
Yes.
So the Commission has heard, quite a number of people indicating that some of these operators were unlicensed, especially here in KZN. Can you set out the details then of how do you track down unlicensed operators?
Okay, thank you. My colleague will add because he's operating, but basically what happened is, I think on the KZN Unrest, our investigation only revealed two unregistered security businesses. The one that I indicated that was shared on the video, and the other one. So what we have done on those two matters, we reported the cases to the South African Police Service. I know on one case, the director was arrested on the spot, but the other one, I don't know what happened. And then I believe the cases are still subject to be finalized by the NPA in respect to that. And then in one case, because the unregistered business, the member is registered with us as SIRA, we also suspended his registration pending the finalization of the case. And then in respect to the other business, both the business and the director were not registered. So that's why we only open criminal cases that are now we're going to the task team. Then that's what, but usually what happens, there's two forms in most cases where we can track down unregistered businesses. Firstly, is through whistleblowing when we get information from the public or from rival service providers, like in this case where Ntokozo indicated that someone came to the office and revealed that. And secondly is when we're doing our own investigation by going around, because what happens is, in terms of legislation, remember, every business or security officer that is registered with SIRA has a SIRA number. So usually when we see a business or a board, we'll check that that business is appearing on our database. And if it's not appearing on our database, then we'll do a follow-up investigation until we open a criminal case or a code of conduct case against that business or security officer. So in respect to security officers, normally we go to different sites where they are being deployed. And then we check their compliance, and if they are not compliant, as non-South African citizens or they are citizens and they are not registered, then we'll call the local police, and then we will arrest them and also open a criminal case against the owner of that business who deployed him or her.
Okay, and then in relation to Johannesburg, you said there were two that were revealed in KZN in relation to Johannesburg?
Honestly speaking, we never got any complaint in respect to Johannesburg. Even after we released the media statement, we didn't get any complaint from Johannesburg.
And if I may just follow up with a question, if you don't receive a complaint, does that bar you from actually doing investigations if one portion of, let's say, this whole unrest reveals these irregularities?
No, nothing. As long as there's contravention, and our mandate is to investigate any contravention. If there's it's immaterial, the source of information, but as long as we get information, as I indicated, sometimes we are proactive by deploying our investigators to go to the sites and just check compliance, and through that, then that's where you detect contravention of the act and other applicable legislation.
Okay. And I appreciate that honesty. So let me just follow that up. Then why hasn't there been any investigation from your side in relation to Joburg? Because you indicated there's no complaint, but nothing bars you from doing the investigations there.
What I may say is there's been, I think in respect to Johannesburg, I think what has been so more to the light was, I think what happened to Maponya incident. Our inspectors have been there, and in and around, or like for example, I think what was nice with Gauteng is there's been a lot of service providers and other organizations like the taxi industry and the committee that were there to make sure that there's nothing going wrong. But what we have done as the law enforcement, we also deployed our inspectors to check that even though there is that commitment by the public, we need to check that whoever is complemented to that complies with legislation. So there's been what we call regular individual inspection on those sites to make sure that whoever is deployed there, to make sure that we protect that property, is compliant with legislation. And that I wouldn't classify them as part of maybe a report, because for us it was just a normal routine work that we do as law enforcement. So I wouldn't maybe make a separate report on them, but they will be covered on our monthly report of operations that we are having with SAPS or any work that we do.
And then in relation to these, I'll call them outfits for now, unlicensed outfits, do you know if your investigation revealed if they used any firearms or ammunitions? And if so, how much ammunition was utilized, if you know that information?
Firstly, the first one that we reported, the Sydenham case number, one of our task team members checked with the South African police, and they were indicating that those were not real firearms or what. But remember now, the matter is now within the police. After we reported that, and then we've got a case number, everything is handled by them. And I don't want to lie, it's not always so easy to get, you know, all the information back, because, you know, sometimes it will be said the matter is sub judice. So you wouldn't get, more especially with issues of ballistics, because it's another division that will do that. You know, the detective will open the case and investigate, but the issue of ammunition use whatsoever, then it's issues of that may be dealt by the ballistics. That we've never got back to know what is happening. How many ammunitions were used, or you know, firearms, what caliber, what was it that was used there. That is information that we don't have as the authority.
Okay. But you do have, well, actually, let me not ask you that, but do you have information on whether or not they actually own, so these unlicensed outfits, do they own firearms?
What I may say is, some of the allegations that were made about these service providers, we say security service providers so use firearms. When we did the inspection with the South African Police Service, I know of 2 businesses that were alleged like that. But when we got there, that business does not have any firearm issued, license under its name. So they don't, in terms of the information from the police, they don't have firearms. So it's another allegation that now should be now investigated further by the South African Police. If maybe a firearm was used, then maybe where does that firearm come from? Because the institution code itself showed that that business does not own firearms at all.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe to add, maybe we need to clarify this. If a security service provider or a security business is not registered, there is no way that it can be licensed with firearms. So what we receive are the allegation we said with one of the security business around in Durban. The allegation was that the director of the business, in his execution of his duties, was utilizing the personal firearm, which is in contradiction with the Firearm Control Act. That's what we received.
Okay, and what did you do with that information?
The criminal case was opened against the director of the said business, and then the matter was referred with SAPS for further investigation.
Okay. And then my second last question to you, unless of course there's a question that follows from that. What measures then have you put in place in SIRA to ensure, one, that the public is aware of what are the registered, well, public, well, let me just use outfits for now, and then equally how to report those to yourselves?
Thank you. Our communication department runs what we call industry compliance forums, where we're inviting different stakeholders like your business community, like your Chamber of Commerce. We're inviting the unions, we're inviting employees organization to make an awareness and of what is applicable in the industry and educating them about legislation. Also, we've got a hotline number where it's, the general public can report any matter, whether you want to be anonymous or not, and it's not operated within SIRA, but it's operated by an outside stakeholder, where you are free to report any contraventions. And we also have our own internal info line again, and a WhatsApp group where we campaigning and then for people to use that. And we also have an app where within the app there's different sections like where you can see all the inspectors of the authority and their contact numbers and our communication department and our ethics where you can report any form of malpractice that is happening in the industry. So those are the tools that we're using to reach out to the community, to the public, and also to within the industry to report any malpractice and make also awareness of our existence.
Okay, just a follow-up question before my last question then. Have those been effective both during the unrest and after in relation to the public who were affected?
I would say so, or even though, as I classified, with the hotline, we're getting a lot of complaints coming from there, and then we distribute it to different units within law enforcement. But as I indicated, in respect to the so-called incident of violence, there's not been so much, but on regular basis about non-compliance in the industry, we're getting a lot of complaints. Some of them are walk-ins where people will walk into our different offices in the country to report, contravention and malpractice in the industry.
Okay. And then my last question, and then my colleague will take over, I think. In relation to all that we have spoken about, the unrest, the violence, the unlicensed outfits, the use of firearms, what drive or what have you done since the unrest to ensure that there is at least public awareness on what the public can expect from you?
Okay, what I may indicate right now, our research division is underdoing a study in respect of the role of private security in public space. And then I think they have also, they're using an outsourced service about, the effects of what has happened, and I think it's running concurrently with also the effect of COVID also within private security industry. And I think from that research, that work that will be done, I think that will direct the authority into the next measure of what should be happening, because also within the authority itself, there's different committees, like for example, the risk committee that has also mandated us to say, what role or what have we learned from this incident, and what should we do to be better prepared for the industry, to be better prepared if something like this could happen again. So I think the work of the research division and the recommendation will drive and give a direction of what should be happening.
Okay, you just mentioned the industry. What communication or engagements have you had then with this particular industry, considering that they formed part and parcel of the complaints?
Yeah, what happened is we've got a quarterly meeting forum that we call the Private Security and Compliance Forum. And one of the questions that I think discussion points that we've put in there was in respect to the incidents of KZN and how they, to say, what, maybe also to assist our R&D division by asking those questions, to say, what happened and what could be done better. And I think discussion from the PICF and what work that is coming from the R&D would craft. But currently, those are the activities that we are doing in respect to this incident.
Are there any reports? And then I'll let you. Are there any reports that have come out of these engagements?
In respect to the R&D, not yet. They're still doing the study. Remember, firstly, they will do a survey, and from there, then they will do research. Then once they are done with their work, then they will have another stage, what we call sort of validation process. And after then, that's when now the report will go to the council. And then once the council approves, that's when it will be made public.
And then in relation to the particular private security companies, any reports that you've received from them or on your engagements?
I'm not part of the research. I wouldn't be able to give more information to whether how are they participating, but I know that the research is happening. but I don't know who had they been sampled as part of the research. That I don't have information.
Okay, would we be able to then probably send you questions in that regard, and you could ask the person who is involved in that to provide us with those answers?
Certainly, yes, I will give it to the R&D section.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, my colleague will now take over in that regard, unless. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Sambo and Mr. Ngo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sambo. Chairperson, are we fine to continue? There's no request for a break or anything? We
No,
can just comment.
let's continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your testimony. I actually think that it was very, very substantive. Some of your answers actually address some of the questions that I would have posed to you. But where such happens, we can just repeat them, at least for context. Towards the end of your testimony, my colleague had asked a question about the fact that if you do not get a complaint, it doesn't bar you from initiating an investigation out of your own legislative powers. The Commission is also in that same position. Our mandate is to intervene when there's been rights violations, but in addition to that, it is also to foster a culture of human rights. And we can either do it from our side through litigation and mediation and investigative hearings of this nature, or we do it by ensuring that organs of state and organizations such as yourself are shaped by and live up to the threshold of human rights, both in the way that you relate to the public and also in the way that you regulate, a very, I think, important industry such as securities. So the questions I want to ask relate largely to that context around human rights and so forth. We can go to issues of complaints. We have been mentioning the words complaints, but I think we were not always particular. What is the complaints mechanism that you have that the public at an individual level can use to submit complaints?
Okay, our complaints mechanism, it's hybrid or more than that. Firstly, as I indicated, is we've got different offices within the country. I think every province except Northwest and Northern Cape, that's where we don't have office. But other provinces, we've got offices where we get walk-ins by the members of the public or the security service providers or security officers where they do complaints. We've got the info line again from SIRA where you can call our customer service and lodge in a complaint, and either through or telephonically or via email. There's an email address that is given there, and as I indicated, also we've got the hotline that is managed externally by an external service provider, where you can report any complaints, even including members of our staff, in respect to any actions that they are doing. And then also we've got our contact details. All the law enforcement officials are available on our website where they are made public, so you can also complain either with myself or any of our investigation team about any complaints that we've got. So our contact numbers are there. So, and also we've got, as I indicated, the Provincial Industry Compliance Forum meetings that are held quarterly, and part of that is where you've got the complaints committee, because luckily in that forum, that's where you get different stakeholders, like the South African Police Service members are represented there, Department of Labor officials are there, and SIRA and other enforcement agencies that you may find within the private security industry. So those are the channels where the members of the industry and the public can have a way of indicating any contraventions or any complaints that they've got within the industry.
And is there in any way a report, you spoke earlier about some initiative happening in your research department currently underway. You said you couldn't comment more on it, but is there any way between legal or between research, is there perhaps an annual report that you do that would detail how many complaints you've received, what nature of those complaints were, You mentioned settlements agreement earlier when we asked about information about how other complaints may be resolved. So is there maybe a document that keeps track of nature of complaints and the extent of those complaints?
Yes, what I may say, it's on our annual report. Yes, even though because you've got limited space as a department, for law enforcement we've got we're reporting about a number of investigations that we have undertaken in a year, a number of arrests that we've made in respect to those investigations, and also a number of cases that were prosecuted and how were they finalized, settlements and fines or withdrawal of registration. So, but we're giving an overall number, but we don't mention each case on its own. But also, within law enforcement, all the matters that we've investigated, we've got an investigation register that will detail all the investigation that we have done in a year from each province, and then how it has been finalized. Because usually what happens is every investigation that we do, to close that investigation, there should be an investigation file where there's a report of how the matter was finalized. So that is kept, for the period of a year. For every financial year that we've done that work, there will be a report of that nature. So the annual report just gives a total number, but there are reports in respect of each case that we have done in the form of an investigation file that is kept by the office.
And is the register publicly available? So if somebody was interested in, I know for lawyers you can go online and see which attorneys are no longer lawyers and have been struck off, doctors who've misbehaved. Do you make that register available for us to see which companies were either fined or how long they've been suspended or whether they've had their licenses revoked?
We have not made the register public because, if I may give an example, Chair, it's you are in a space where there's competition. So some service providers would take that information and go to your client to say, look, so and so was found guilty of this, and then it's not a person that you can deal business with. Then cancel his contract. So for that nature, for issues of that, the investigation register has not been made a public document just to address issues of unfair competition by the industry, using that information, in how can I say, in unprofessional nature to lure business for themselves. So that we have never made it public.
I'll give a little bit of background to that question. If you can just turn to page 46 of the bundle. The numbering is at the bottom.
46.
Yeah, page 46 of the bundle. Chairperson, page 46 of the bundle. Just want to refer the witness to a provision in the Act. So
Okay,
you will
yes.
see, do you see objects of authority, number 3?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And if we can just go to 3B and 3C, I will just read them on the record. And it speaks about the primary objects of the authority, as amongst others being that to ensure that all security service providers act in the public and national interest in the rendering of security services. That's B. And then right underneath that at C, to also promote a private security industry which is characterized by professionalism, transparency, accountability, equity, and accessibility. And that is right in the beginning of the Act. And I can definitely understand the predicament of the competitive nature of the industry. But I think from a human rights perspective, there's a question to be asked about access to information. And there's a question to be asked about the interest of the public. It may be competition amongst the industry players, but would you say it's important, I think, that the public know the trends within the industry, the scale of offenses that industry players may have been found guilty of, and appropriate punishment that followed after that? Do you think that's an area that can be explored for improvement?
I believe so. What I may say, I know in the past, we used to publish the findings of what has happened, and like, for example, like in this case, other matters we sometimes call them matters of priority of public interest, like what has happened now. So what will happen usually, I think the process of the law will have to follow first, because remember what happens is once a business is found guilty, then they are being given also a period of appeal. And surely maybe when all the processes have been done and then the appeal period has come and passed and there's no action done, then maybe something like that can happen. But what I was saying is, because sometimes maybe to find someone guilty today and pronounced tomorrow, or to find out that the process of appeal has not taken place, would be to violate also their rights. So, but from what you've indicated, surely it's something that could be explored.
And just like not being barred from doing investigation in your own accord, at least from the act as we read it, and I won't force you for an answer, but it seems like nothing would bar you from publishing that if we were to follow what we just read now about transparency, accessibility, the interest of the public, and so forth. So perhaps that, but currently as things stand, you do not publish that kind of information.
No, currently it's not published, yes.
And then you also mentioned that you prosecute, you mentioned the word that you prosecute the situation. Can you put us in context? What typically happens? A person would submit a complaint and say, during the unrest, a member registered with you has behaved in this manner, and then what would unfold?
Thank you. Within the Act, we've got a quasi-judicial process where we've got, within law enforcement, we've got legal services where we've got parties that are appointed as prosecutors. So what then happens since contravention of the regulations and the Act, it's an improper conduct hearing. So what happens is once we've done the investigations and then we complete our investigation, then there will be a code of conduct docket that is compiled by our investigators. Then that docket will be taken to legal services prosecution to peruse it, and when they are happy of the charges, then the charges will be authorized by the director. Then from there, we'll issue or what we call a regulation 3-4 notice. It's in a form of a charge sheet and a summon. So these are allegations just like in your normal court process, where the respondents will be given those charge sheets, and also they've got the right to be represented by an attorney or any representative that of their choice. Then on the date of the hearing, then they will come, charges will be put in against them to plead. Then after they plead, then we will lead our case, and from there, then they will be also then, once they are found guilty, then that's where now the provisions of the regulation, as our advocate asked me about that, what will happen, where if they are found guilty, depending on the nature of the offense or a contravention, we may either issue a warning or a reprimand or a withdrawal or a fine to a maximum of 1 million per count, or the withdrawal of a registration or suspension of a registration for a certain period of time.
All right. I was going to think this question unfair, but I remember from my notes that you do have a legal qualification and that you had moved from the legal department to investigation. There's been some shifts within the 23 years that you've been with the regulator. So is there an alternative dispute resolution mechanism? So before you prosecute and put charge sheets, is there a more speedier, cost-effective method such as mediation or alternative ways of resolving a complaint between the complainant and the respondent, who would be the provider?
Thank you. Remember, in most cases, once the complaint is received, then the whole thing that we do is to check whether the complaint is a contravention of the code of conduct. And once that has happened, it's therefore that formal process will happen, because before we can start to deal with the matter, then it should be authorized first. Then any form of ADR or alternative dispute resolution that we've got is what I mentioned as a settlement. That's where now the period will be cut short, rather than maybe after we issued you with a charge sheet and you plead and indicate, or maybe that you find you see that there's a contravention, you don't want to push it further. Then the whole formal process where now there will be a formal hearing falls off, then we will enter into a settlement with the respondent. And that's the ADR process that we have to cut the process shorter.
So when you say a settlement, what it's between the regulator and the respondent?
And the respondent.
So where's the complainant in the equation?
Remember, what happened is, unless you, or maybe firstly we need to check what form of remedy the complainant want. But in most cases, let's say, if it's issues of conduct, because in most cases the complaint may be a violation of the code of conduct, like he employed someone who's not registered, or he operated while not registered. So in most cases, the complaint, even the authority herself will be complainant in that case, just like, you know, in the where the state is the complainant. So you find that the remedy that is sought by the complainant is not of monetary value, where he needs compensation. Hence, there will be a settlement, because matters where there should be restitution, like for example compensation monetarily, are dealt by the CCMA, are not dealt by us as the regulator.
All right, I think we might just have to have a clarity. So I think that there are non-compliance issues, right?
Yes.
That offend the regulator, such as you're not registered, you didn't renew a certificate, or you have somehow done something in violation of the regulatory aspect.
Correct, yes.
And then there are complaints specifically dealing with the public, such as I was at a mall at a protest and a member who's registered with you shot me, or whatever the case is. Is that also an avenue?
Yeah, remember what happened on that case, on that matter, we'll deal with the conduct of a service provider.
Okay.
Only the conduct, but the form of remedy that is sought for damages whatsoever, it's a civil matter, which we are not having jurisdiction over that. Because you'll see, or part of our penalties, there's no way they say, or you'll find compensation on our regulations. That is not our terrain.
Is there any funding? Is there? I know some professions pay fidelity fund certificates, for instance. You know, we are lawyers, so we are familiar with our industry, where we contribute to our regulator, the Legal Practice Council, so that if a lawyer misbehaves, you can claim from that fund to compensate you. Do you have that mechanism where every month they pay a subscription, and that money is earmarked precisely to, you know, when the public has been a victim, to satisfy that?
Currently in the private security industry, we don't have that. It's something that I think as the regulator, we're working towards, you know, establishing something like that. But currently it's not there. So any form of compensation damages as a result of the conduct of a security service provider is still dealt in terms of the civil proceedings, where you will need to, you know, proceed and do, you know, civil claims against the so-called employer or employee.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the testimony earlier, and you were speaking about the hotline and the whistleblower avenue and the app that you have and so forth. So those platforms would be for people to report for the benefit of assisting in the regulation of those companies. It wouldn't be for them to hold a provider liable for actions that they did.
It's just in assistance of us enforcing the legislation of compliance by the security by the industry, but it won't be for their benefit in respect to compensation in case where they feel you know, aggrieved by such action. No.
And when you say you are exploring as a regulator mechanisms of introducing such a dimension to the industry, what are some of your aims? And why do you feel the need that you introduce that?
I think what has happened in the past, and through research, you find situations where the actions of the security service provider somewhere resulted in the loss of you know, loss for a consumer. And then currently, consumers, they don't have any, and you find that because these service providers, sometimes they don't have enough you know, funds. They are small, we're talking about small employers where someone sometimes employs 2-3 employees, which there's not enough income. So by introducing the fidelity, sort of a fidelity fund, then where they are contributing all of them, then at least there will be a recourse for the consumers in case where they've been, you know, affected by the action of the security service provider. but it's something that currently is being researched. It's not yet in place.
It's not an advanced stage. You wouldn't say it's at an advanced stage.
No. Remember the issue being it's the industry, as I indicated, looking to all the dynamics. You still get big businesses, and you still get small businesses that are they're struggling. So what is happening currently? We're trying as the regulator to introduce what we call the Davis Fund, the Davis Fees Act first, where now. No, through that, because now the collection of the levies now will be maybe done through SARS whatsoever, and that's where now maybe or there could be some income or some funds that may assist in introducing the sort of a fidelity fund because of the money generated there, but currently no.
All right, thank you, sir. I will shift to my next set of questions, but I just want for the record to be clear that so the only recourse that a public member would have against a service provider, a security company that you are regulating, would be to submit a complaint, and based on the findings, let's say the finding are negative against the service provider, it would be to use the mechanism of either suspending or making them pay a fine, and that fine would go to the regulator and so forth. That's to punish them at the level of regulation rather than to satisfy a claim of the complainant.
That's correct, yes.
And in allowing the public to come to your aid in this manner, what public literacy campaigns do you do? Like, do you do any literacy campaigns so that the public is aware of you as a regulator, that there are accessible modes of submitting complaints and so forth?
That's correct, yeah. As I indicated, yes, we've got our communication division, they undertake issues like the consumer awareness forums or awareness campaigns where they will go to, for example, depending on what type of consumer they want to attract. So you find a situation where now we are attracting government institutions, then we'll invite all the governments, municipalities, departments, and educate them about that. Then if you want to go to the general public, then we will go to the malls or also invite business community like your Chamber of Commerces and educate them about that. So recently they've been also trying, because we are self-funded as an organization, we don't get any funds from government. So with the limited resources that we've got, then there will be those media coverage that we'll do. And sometimes what we do also as law enforcement, then we would participate in different local radio stations by invitation to make that awareness through radio about who are we, what do we do, what are the benefits for the public to know about us.
And when we think perhaps of perhaps vulnerable communities and communities that are hard to reach, you spoke earlier that you were not aware of specific victims, that there was an incident of investigation in which you sought the aid of elders in the community to try and figure out during the unrest whether there were people who perhaps had complaints but didn't know that they could complain or bring it to your attention. Do you perhaps have, is there an appreciation of accessibility perhaps? You know, of course you go to malls and stuff like that, but is there a way in which you try to go to communities, perhaps print out in different languages your annual report or a complaint form, or perhaps make complaint forms available at public institution buildings and so forth? Does your scope extend to that?
Currently, no, we are not at that stage. Our annual reports still get printed only in one language. But I know what we have been trying to do, it's our Code of Conduct Act, because it's a Code of Conduct, is the act whatsoever. That's where we've been starting to do now, to get it printed in all official languages so that everyone can start to read it and understand that, more especially, also our consumers and our security officers. But what I may say, currently the process has changed where we're trying to go digital. I don't know how much would, the other public, like more especially the vulnerable, will still get to reach, because it's more about technology now to try to address that, the footprint challenge that we may have currently. So that's the process that we are currently doing.
And you mentioned that you are self-funded and have limited resources. In your estimation, would you say there's been a reasonable allocation of resources in trying to figure out issues regarding the unrest that happened in July? I mean, I know you were there on the ground, there's been investigation, but would you at least say that a reasonable allocation of persons to investigate, of reaching out to specific communities that were central to the unrest, of ensuring, or of reaching out internally within service providers to figure out whether they've received complaints? Would you say enough resources have been allocated?
I would say so. Hence, I think of all the provinces in the country, what I would say it was Gauteng and and KZN that were reported. I think they were on the news. And what we've done as the authority is to support our KZN office where they were, I think, majority of the cases were here. We allocated also additional members from Gauteng that were coming, on weekly basis and sometimes monthly, just to come and assist the team here, and to see that all the matters that we had, before the end of the year are really finalized. And as I indicated on my testimony, I think majority of the cases that we had now, they are at the level of charge sheet level, where we issue in charge sheet, which for us it indicates, enough allocation of resources for these matters that we had.
And one of the stuff you mentioned in your testimony while my colleague was leading was that you had issued a press release. What was the nature of the press release and what did it specifically call for?
The press release was the condemnation of the acts of violence that took place in the provinces and everywhere, and also calling on members of the public and industry to come up if they've got any information in respect to these actions, then they can report it to the authority. And on the media statement, contact numbers of our media license officer, email address, and other numbers were also left there, so that whoever gets that can do that. I know it was, usually when we do something like that, it's also on our website and also sent to different media houses, so that they could put it also, on their media space.
And please forgive me for the repetition. I know my colleague dealt with it. I just wanted for the context of the stream of questions and answers we've had. So there isn't currently any complaints, or is there currently any complaints you are dealing with specifically related to the unrest and the members you regulate?
Okay, as I indicated, that we received numerous complaints as a result of arrest, but what I indicated was we could not get any complaint that was more substantiated to leading us to a victim or a member of the family, but all of them were allegations. Hence, all the 28 cases that we are having currently are more on contravention of the code of conduct itself in respect to the operation, rather than the direct act of maybe someone being shot whatsoever. But all this contravention, they generated from this investigation that we have done.
All right, my last question on this. A lot of the testimony we heard during this week was community members who also struggled to identify and distinguish during the heat of some of the events that unfolded, and distinguish between police officers, private security companies, and so forth. How would somebody know that this is a private security member? Is there, other than more formal things like registration numbers to check and so forth, how would one identify and distinguish your members in any given scenario?
Okay, thank you. That I agree that I think it happened during the period, because in terms we've got the regulations that are published that says if you are a security officer, then you should be, wearing uniform, and your uniform should be easily identifiable with the name of the business, and your flaps, and then also a security officer who is on duty should also have a serial card that will distinguish him. No, the serial card has your name, your photo, and your serial number. But yes, I think during that situation, you remember, as I indicated, that you find that now some businesses are procured maybe from other provinces, and you find that their uniform is black, all of them, or some of them maybe they come without all proper uniform, and then in that situation, it will create that challenge to say also which business was in that site. For example, let's take for example one situation like the mall in Umlazi, where in the mall itself you've got mall security, which is one business, but inside the mall you've got different shops that they've got on their own security officers that are present. So you can imagine in the one area you'll have plus minus 5, 6, 7, 10 different companies. So that's why it's very important to be distinguishable. But surely during that area, during that time, situation like that or issues of not compliance in uniform could have resulted. And hence, even on our regulations, we prohibit business to be using uniform that is similar to the police, so that there should be that distinction between private security and our armed services of the country.
Okay, we can go to the next set of questions. They're not really long. It's about 4 or 5, and they relate to training, and I think they connect well to how they should dress, how they should present themselves to the public to ensure that we are able to distinguish and exercise certain kind of rights and so forth in relation to security, to a security outfit. Are your members specifically trained in? Do you ensure that they are trained in peacekeeping, for instance? Or are they only ever security? So, for instance, if an unrest breaks out in a mall, and they're all private security, as you say, both for the general mall and for all of those shops, and maybe I should take you to the act first, so that we can deal with it from that perspective. Give me 1 second. If we may please go to page 181. 181 of the bundle. Okay. Sorry, Chairperson, that's the code of conduct. It's not the act. It's the code of conduct. We've got the act, we've got the regulations, and then we've got the code of conduct in the bundle. So it's page 181, and it is section 8, and I'm at point 9. Are we there?
That's correct, yes.
And it says, a security service provider must, when performing functions in a public space, do so with due regard to the safety, security, and other rights of the members of the public who are present at such a place. So this is part of the code of conduct, and if I understand it, the code of conduct is the regulator who brought it into existence in terms of a provision allowing it to bring it into existence in the act. And so we're also interested at least in this public and private, right? Yes. So you are in a mall, you are a security provider, you're supposed to keep specific merchants safe and also the mall. But of course, if you're in a public space of that nature, you also have an obligation generally to everyone, not just the property, not just the private person who's hired you, and so forth. And so that's how, with that as a background, I wanted to know whether indeed the persons you regulate can shift between the private obligation to the person who they're protecting property for, and if they're in a public place, to shift to a more general protection of the public. Is that part of the training, that they know those distinctions?
Certainly so, yes, I would say so. If you allow me to elaborate.
Of course, please go ahead.
Yeah, remember in my testimony I mentioned the training in respect to special events. When I said that they are trained to be able to work with the public in case of peaceful or situations like your recreational facilities, your sporting, whatever, and I think the mall comes in there. But when it comes to acts of violence, demonstration, there's an applicable legislation, the public order policy, where now the Gatherings Act and all that, that will deal with issues like that. And then as I indicated, that is the terrain of the public, the South African Public Police Service, POPs. So because we don't have any regulations or any training are treated under the SIRA Act that deals with mass demonstration or gatherings protest gathering. It's only in case of recreational and that which is taken as special events. So that, yes, the security officers are trained for that, and that's where they can act.
But there's nothing that prevents a private security company from performing public policing.
Firstly, a private security service provider as officer, he's not a peace officer. So he just acts as like a member of the public. So he will only exercise all the rights or duties or powers that any member of the public can do. And in that case, even in case of a mall, remember the mall is owned by someone else. So he's operating within a private space, even though the public's got access to that, but the general public, but the mall is still owned by a private institution. So they are there on the basis of being contracted by someone, either the landlord of the mall itself or the owner of a shop, but they are in contract with someone.
Yeah. So, sorry.
No, please come.
If maybe I can zoom in. Maybe if I can make a typical example. Here is a security officer at Mamponya Mall. Is deployed there as a security officer, but is not deployed there for public order, safety or whatsoever. It's only deployed there for contractual obligations to perform, to protect or safeguard the assets of the client. Yeah. So now here is the situation. There is a robbery situation. So the security officer is having firearm. So what it says, that particular security officer, in his execution of his or her duties, he must ensure that he protects the public as well as the private members within that particular space. Not to say, because he's there, he's trained to deal with the public order or whatsoever. But it says, while there's some measures or security measures that you have to perform, be mindful that you are within the public space. Whatever you do, you must ensure that the public is safe. You must ensure that the private property of that particular client is also safe.
Thank you. That really is adds a good context. So is that part of is that part of perhaps a requirement that the people whom you regulate must ensure that the people on the ground are in fact aware of that their obligation is double-fold. It's both contractually to the private person and then to all the public that may be there, such as in a situation of an unrest or in a situation of a firearm. Do you at least put that as a threshold to say they have to be able to perform both functions? Because obviously in that scenario, if that person didn't know that they can protect the public, if they thought that their job begins and ends at protecting the store, they wouldn't be acting in terms of this act that says that in performing such a function in a public, do so with regard to the safety, security, and other rights of members of the public. So I'm interested in knowing whether the regulator takes that, is serious about, pressing the point of the importance of private security companies in aiding, in particular situation, public peacekeeping or otherwise.
I don't want to say it's. It depends how you put as public safekeeping. But what we say is yes, in a mall or in a train station, whatsoever, because you get private security contracted to Spoornet or to PRASA to protect that premises of PRASA or the station. The general public is there, so the expectation is yes, that person must protect the property and persons, because it says, your job is to protect property and persons that are there. So it may be your customers or whatever, but you need to do that. That we agree that is the expectation and that's what they know they should do. But the area where we're saying they are not trained and they cannot do, it's in respect to unrest. That they're not mandated to. They don't have capacity to do that. They don't have training to do that. But protection of property and person, and I just want to give, for example, let's take, for example, in a university, just if I want to give an example, security officers are there to protect the university premises and persons. Persons there are who? The university staff and the students, because they are in that program. But if there start to be demonstrations and the students, then they are being closed from the gate to say you cannot come into the premises. The work of private security ends there. If students start to demonstrate on the street and security charges at them, then they are contravening the legislation. Because that's the public space now. And that's not their mandate. They cannot do that because they are not trained in crowd management or gatherings. But to protect, to bar the students from getting into the premises and damaging property of the university or of the mall, that they can do because it's about protection of the property.
All right, thank you. I will not just praise him for indulgence, but I do, I think you'll appreciate that people who carry guns and perform functions that's almost like the police, it's a very, it's a very serious industry, and the reports we get, including the reports about the unrest and what private security companies did, including those that they couldn't identify, including those that my colleague touched on about unlicensed outfits and so forth. It is a serious function because it directly threatens dignity and ability to move, for people to move freely in a space, sometimes even the loss of life, sometimes even the security of person. So we really are pressing to make sure that the regulator takes very seriously that those issues have to trickle down. We are at the last quarter of my questioning. We're just gonna speak about the relationship between the regulator and public bodies like the police, and then we'll just move to issues of human rights and constitutionalism. So you just have to bear with us for a while. So what is the, you spoke, at least I was listening, you spoke about the South African Police Service during the unrest, the 18th of July meetings that you had. You spoke about emails that were being exchanged in which you were sharing information. Yes, you put a caveat that it was in more informal platforms that you were doing it at. How would you summarize your relationship as a regulator with public bodies, the police, defense, and so forth?
Okay, thank you. I think there's, as law enforcement agencies, there's forums where we meet. For example, there is what we call the NAD job or the NAD jog or the prof jog, where, on monthly basis or quarterly basis, that's where we all meet as law enforcement agencies. One. Two, I think our relationship with South African Police Service, firstly, we're sharing this, we're reporting to the same ministry. And our acts that we do, in most cases there's some interaction because whoever we arrest, we need to hand them to the police for detention and prosecution to an NPA. And also, we've got just to make matters easier again, we've got also a signed MOU between CIRA and SAPS on matters of collaboration. And then it is through those forums and agreements that, in most cases, we work together. Like, as I gave, for example, for a business that to get any firearms, firstly should be CIRA registered before the South African police can give them firearm licenses. So there's more interaction between ourselves. And as a result of that, then there's that need of us working together. So we've got a quarterly meeting again with the South African Police Service, which we call the NCF, National Compliance Forum, where we're discussing any challenges that we are encountering on our activities. And then we report that to management and to see how we can come up with solutions to make sure that our work becomes easier, both of us.
Certainly, just give me 3 seconds. I just want to confer with my colleague here. All right. Chairperson, we do have a little bit of a problem. I think it might be, the problem will be resolved by concluding the testimony of the witness and asking either that they make themselves available on Monday. Alternatively, we can confer with the legal team and ask that the remainder of my questions be forwarded to them in writing and they respond in that fashion. It will also give them the opportunity to attach those emails to follow up about the scope of the research that is being done about the relationship between the public and private security company. I don't have an objection against that. My questions would have been very particular to the relationship with public bodies, and then of course the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and the militaristic kind of policing history of our country in relation to how the regulator is reckoning with that post-1994. And I think those questions can be answered in writing.
Yeah, I think the last set of questions that you mentioned now pertaining to the human rights issues and so on, it seems to me that the nature of those questions are such that they could be done in writing. But in terms of the questions about the relationship with the public bodies, including the police and so on, maybe you should finalize that, because I also want to come in on those points. So I want to know what the extent of those questions would be, or are you more or less done with it?
I'm more or less done with that. Perhaps the one question perhaps that is, and then I'll be satisfied that at least the material aspects of that section have been dealt with. And if I may quickly refer you to page 180, please. Page 180 of the bundle. And they do touch a little bit on human rights. I'll be done in under 2 minutes. Are we there, Mr. Samo? And if you look right at the top, there's 3 and 4. We're going to look at number 4, right? And it says there, are you there? It says, a security service provider may not unjustly cast reflection upon the honesty, professionalism, reputation, skill, knowledge, service, or qualification of any member of the security services. And any member of the security services is defined in terms of that act as security services means South African Police Service, the South African National Defence Force, the Directorate of Special Operations, and the National Intelligence Agency. So obviously we would that seems like something that curtails the ability of the people you regulate to reflect honestly about public bodies such as the police and the defense force. And you will know from perhaps some of the whiff you caught in the news that, and we'll be having the police on Monday, that there was questions about police capacity, the pace at which they responded, the presence of the defense force in dealing with issues of unrest. And yet the parallel body that regulates it at a private level is kind of curtailed by that section from casting a reflection on their actions and so forth. I wanted to know, how do you understand that section, and does it hamper your ability to assist investigative forums such as ours?
Not so. I think subsection 4 was crafted to say that members of the security industry may not just, talk bad with something that is not of truth on substantiation about the members of the service of the country. Just, if maybe you may give an example to say, the police are, maybe someone saying, a member of the security industry saying the police are useless, without, giving a substantiation. Why do you come with something like that?
And you don't think it limits their right to freedom of expression to speak freely about that arm of state?
I don't think so. I think the whole intention of the legislature was to say, if you're going to say something, it should be, you must have facts. It should be something of substance, but not just to say it just because you want to, you feel that you've got a right to say that. But it should be something of substance, and that can be, there are facts thereof to support your conclusion or your opinion.
Yeah. Chairperson, I'm happy with that. The more nuanced stuff, I think, can come out in the written question that we will forward to the witnesses.
Thank you very much. May I just ask you a few questions pertaining to specifically the South African Police Service? It does appear to me, if you look at page 179 and 180 and so forth, that one would say that there is quite a close relationship between the security service providers, but also between you and the South African Police Service. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Perhaps before you proceed with your questioning, the evidence leader prefaced his stopping of his questioning with the statement that there seems to be a problem that compels him to stop his questioning. Would you be at liberty to divulge what the problem is, because it could inform also the extent to which the panel engages with the witness?
Thank you, Commissioner. It actually has to do with our availability of these facilities. It seems that we did indeed go beyond what we had originally budgeted for in terms of time, and our facility providers have given us a kind request for conclusion of the proceedings.
Until what time have they given us?
The message that was delivered was that we have already gone over the indulgence period.
I understand that's very important information before the chairperson proceeds. Chairperson?
Certainly.
Over to you.
Yeah, is it possible to find out if we can have another, let's say, 15 minutes, or if that's impossible?
I'm going to ask a colleague of ours to, yeah, let me just confirm. Chairperson, I think 5 minutes, 15 minutes may
Okay.
be a little bit of an arm twist, but 5 minutes certainly.
So you have a close relationship with the police. So I would then take it. Yes, so you have a close relationship with the police, also your security service providers. So I would then take it that, you know, if there is a security problem somewhere, and the service providers registered with you are there at that premises, and they see that, look, we can't handle this situation because of the numbers, for example, 3,000 people, storming a mall or whatever the case may be, or wanting to loot the mall, that those service providers would then make contact with the police and say, look, you'll have to come and help here, because we're not trained for purposes of unrest and for these numbers, and we clearly have a problem here. Can you please come and assist?
That's correct, Chair.
And if they have a problem in that regard, they might even call your institution to say, look, can you assist, can you intervene? You sit on NAD jocks, you sit on prof jocks, etc. You have contact with the police at a high level. Can you please intervene?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. So, did you receive any information as an organization from your registered members or some of your registered members to say, look, pertaining to the role of the SAPS during the looting period, or not?
No, not at all. Normally, Chair, what happens is you find that at cluster level,
Yes.
there are different meetings, like, for example, CPF meeting or other crime prevention meetings, where members of the South African Police Service will be sitting with our security service providers, depending on the cluster or district, where information, any information that comes in, or of, let me say, intelligence or information of, then it's shared there. So in most cases, the authority, we are not even involved. We don't see those because we see that night joke or prof joke. Then that's where the information will circulate among these service providers and the police or any other agencies that are there.
So they would communicate within the cluster directly. They wouldn't necessarily come through you. So there was evidence before us that that SAPS was not present or did not have a proper presence at all in either Pietermaritzburg or Durban during the looting period that seemed to be from Saturday 10 July to Monday 12 July. You have any comment as far as that is concerned? Was that also the impression you had, or that you received information on, or not?
No information, Chair. The only time we came into contact with the SAPS was after the invitation by the minister.
I see. And that meeting took place on the 5th?
On the 19th, yes.
I see.
Yes.
I see. Then, do you have? We also have evidence before us that the unrest and the looting and so on was organized or orchestrated. Do you have any comment about that? Any information you have as far as that is concerned? Or can't you really comment?
I can comment on that. I don't know my colleague but myself, no.
Okay, thank you. Then the Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Commerce also were represented here, and we had testimony that some of the security, private security sector there was really also having a problem with taxis not moving and so on, so they were understaffed and so on, and also in terms of equipment, and that human resources and equipment were actually flown in by some of the private security companies to assist in the province. You have any comment on that, or you don't know about that?
What I may say, I don't know what type of equipment could it be, but as I indicated that on my arrival during that week of the 19th, I met some service providers that were coming from Gauteng, being in the province.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all from my side. Any other member of the panel at this stage?
No, Chairperson, except that I will request a meeting with you, because there's a difference between legislation and practice and the culture within the industry. But I also wanted to ask you a favor, that the number of people that died allegedly at the hands of security guards, like whether it's Phoenix or whether it's Nottingham Road or Pietermaritzburg, would you be interested in pursuing that and finding out from SAPS who are these, obviously they went through the forensics. If you could assist those communities in determining who are those people. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Then, in conclusion, just a few housekeeping matters very quickly. The inspections in local will take place as follows. Tomorrow, the panel, the three commissioners, will be going with further support to Phoenix, leaving 8:30 from this hotel. The other group, the Pietermaritzburg group, that goes there for the inspection in 11 to Khan Road, will leave at 8:30 also from this hotel, and that inspection in Pietermaritzburg will start at 10 o'clock. Then I just wanted to announce once again the submissions to the panel will close at 1700 hours tomorrow, that's 5 o'clock. Can still be sent until then to hearings at sahrc.org.za, WhatsApp to 082 051 082 059 6520, or PO Box 1456 Durban 4000, or private bag X2700 Houghton 2041. And that I want to make a special plea to the public. We had evidence before us that the unrest was indeed organized or orchestrated. Submissions that can confirm or refute this would be welcome. And lastly, we also heard evidence that today that poor vulnerable people were drawn into the unrest
Chairperson, before we do, I think we would be amiss if we didn't mention this. Mr. Mmuso Xaba was supposed to give testimony today. Mr. Mmuso Xaba was also here yesterday expecting to give testimony. I'm not sure if Mr. Mmuso Xaba is still here. Is he gone? Okay, if anyone does know or is in contact with Mr. Mmuso Xaba, it's important for the message to be conveyed to him that we apologize for the delay in the programming. I think it's important to let him know that we do not disrespect his time, and we shall keep to the programming and the commitment to hear his testimony. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tuli, for that. And gentlemen, we do appreciate your time and your testimony before the Commission. It's highly appreciated, and thank you, and all the best with the good work you are doing.
Thanks, Chair.
You are excused, and we are adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you.